Well, welcome on to this episode of Spilling the Tea. This is episode 37 with lovely guest Spooky Cat Kevin. Welcome in.
Hi.
Clap, clap, clap. And thank you so much for the raid in. I really do appreciate it. So I hope your community will enjoy the interview. Um uh but just since we did written so as a quick intro to myself, so I am Virgil Cobalt. I'm a variety streamer. Why are my eyes sparkling? There we go. Um, uh, I completely derailed myself. Okay, I'm a variety streamer. Play a number of different games as well as weekly readings or visual novels on Tuesday nights. Um, and I've but today we are doing one of my periodic interview show where I interview various guests, streamer guests, and ask. I have a set list of questions, but if anyone has any questions in chat, they can ask them. So if you wouldn't mind please giving yourself an introduction, Kevin, and then we yes.
Yes, I can do that. I'm pretty sure. I'm Spooky Cat Kevin. I stream primarily on Twitch. I have made content on other platforms as well, but I'm mostly just a goofy guy on Twitch. Play a lot of horror games, some chill games as well, and just all around looking for a good time.
Yes.
That's about it.
Well, again, and thank you for everyone that's joined us from the raid. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, so we'll have a set list of questions, but feel free to ask any you may have. Just keep in mind at TOS, uh, just make them TOS friendly. Um, and then let's see, where did I put that? Why do I not have my questions pulled up? But anyway, how this works is so that we'll start off with some basic kind of some easier stuff, and then we'll kind of move on to stuff that's a little bit more involved. And some of these questions do have the what is your favorite, blank. If you can't think of a top favorite, feel free to do like a top two or three. I like to give people that uh that option.
Oh, perfect.
So Kevin refuses my questions. That's gonna
There's some very specific ones I have never answered.
I
A big
was
one is, what is your birthday?
oh yeah, it's see, I was gonna say I probably shouldn't ask anything. Gosh. Um, but I want to send a card. Aw.
I appreciate the thought.
Well, you could always do like the what is it? The send him an unbirthday card, and then from from like Alice in Wonderland, do the unbirthday card, and then it's you only have a 1 in 365 chance of it being incorrect.
Yeah,
So
there you go. I like those odds. I'm a gambling man.
uh but yeah, I appreciate oh, did I forget to okay. All right, I forgot to do one quick bum 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 paste. Okay, there we go. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have an announcement for the stream on Blue Sky because as I logged in, and they just did it just today, like it's asking me to verify my age.
Huh.
I was like, so it's like I may deal with that later. Okay,
Valid.
so uh If anyone was following the announcement from Blue Sky, my apologies. So, so we will start off. Um, what is your favorite color?
Just starting with the hard ones, I see. uh, Actual color, I would have to say red. I do like the color red, but
mm,
I'm very flexible and I like the neon colors.
mm.
But if we're uh, fighting against artists and science, I like the color black.
I mean, I feel that that counts as like a color in terms of the spirit of the question.
Hmm.
Um, oh, I need to embiggen myself slightly. Hold on.
I am quite large, so
Yeah,
come join me.
yeah. I realize we need to even out the. Okay, there we go. We're good now. So next question is, what is your favorite drink?
I'm an addict. I'm an addict. So energy drinks. I drink way too many energy drinks.
Mm,
But
what
oh,
what
sorry,
what type of energy drink do you prefer?
I am not brand loyal.
Oh,
So it really depends on what is needed to do that day.
mm-hmm.
So I kind of remember how much caffeine is in each version.
Uh-huh.
So if it's a lesser day, I'll go for 160 milligrams. If it's a harsher day, I'll go 240, something like that.
Mm.
So I've been bouncing around between Monster, Rockstar, Celsius, all of them, pretty much all of them.
See. Oh, and Taste Sunshine says you need to hydrate. It's an ongoing
No,
joke in his community at this point. So, so,
it
so
is hydrating.
yes. So
There's some water in it.
I mean, this is true, I suppose. I mean, I think it depends upon the ratio of. I mean, I think most things that have caffeine are still considered hydrating because of like there's still a net positive of moisture as
There's
opposed.
a net positive, but all the other chemicals in there make it not so much.
Yeah.
So it's safer to say no, it's not hydration. Also,
So-
crochet, how dare you? Whatever kind is in his hand is so correct.
it's hydrating.
Hmm. For hydrating the energy levels.
Uh so let's see. Um but you haven't got on the gamer subs train yet?
So I used to be a rogue partner
Uh-huh.
at one point. So I did do the powdered energies, and I've tried advanced GG, and I think I've tried gamer subs a couple of times. Uh, it's been a couple of years. I
Mm,
don't know if I'll ever go back to them. Like they're good, they
mm,
taste great. A lot of them do, and I just don't know if it was for me.
mm. Yeah. Uh okay, so then what is so you may not have an answer to this, but what is your preferred tea?
I'm not a big fan of tea, unfortunately, tea or coffee. But if I had to pick one, it would be some kind of iced tea.
Okay.
Specifically, if we're going flavor, I like myself raspberry iced tea.
Okay. Kev probably likes Kara tea.
I do like karate.
Sorry, that was just the sound of the thing going over my head of me trying to figure out what it is. So do you mean like karate? Is
Like the
it
martial
from?
arts.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I was starting to wonder. It's like okay, okay.
Don't leave, cat.
Uh, Next question. What is your favorite dessert?
Oh, that one's a hard one. Uh, French silk pie.
Ooh, that does
It's
sound
like one of
nice.
the. It does sound. It's great. If you like chocolate, it is literally a chocolate pie with chocolate shavings on top and some kind of like whipped cream or that
Mm,
essentially on top.
nice. Let's see. Cheshire was saying red velvet cake, heart carrot cake as well. Oh yeah,
Those are
those are
both really good
y-
cakes too.
yeah, those are both nice choices. Mm-mm. Yeah, I think mine's favorite's gonna be like uh black forest cake.
Okay.
So it's like a chocolate and it's like a light cream like cake. So it's like but it's chocolate and then you have uh icing, like the different layers of icing, but there's also black cherries in like the middle layer of icing in the cake. So,
That sounds really good. I
mm,
know I have a friend that really likes Black Forest cake, and that's their go to,
mhm.
but I've never tried it myself. If I tried it, I'd probably love it because cherries and chocolate, all of that sounds amazing to me.
Oh yeah, it's great. So would definitely recommend.
Okay.
Um, my wife makes such good carrot cake, but she's a bigger. Ooh, nice. I like that one. It depends on how much alcohol is in there. I actually own my own version of it, but without the cream, so just chocolate cherry cake.
I feel like that would be pretty damn good too.
Uh, then okay. So next question is, but what is your favorite sauce?
Sauce. Ooh. I don't know if I have a favorite sauce.
Like soy sauce or ketchup or
I think I'd have to go with barbecue sauce.
well, okay. Nice,
I
nice,
like
nice.
myself some barbecue.
Let's see, isn't cake more of a yeah, the cake in Black Forest is like kind of is more of a dark chocolate.
Ah, so it's healthy.
Mm. I mean, dark chocolate does have, a surprising amount of fiber, honestly. So, and the
There you go.
antioxidants. It's practically a health food at that point.
I know what I'm eating for dinner.
Black Forest cake is not healthy. Well, not with that attitude. Let's see, maybe Alfredo. I've been enjoying Mesco lately. Oh, okay. Then I have German catitude. Sorry. No, no problem.
We have a vibe here. And if you got cat attitude, you'll fit in.
Now I'm just thinking of that song like "Everybody Wants to Be a Cat" from the
Oh, from Aristocrat.
Aristocats,
Or, yeah.
Aristocats.
Everybody wants to be a cat.
Yeah, but we'll just ignore the section with the Siamese cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember
Yeah,
watching that.
that's a little rough.
Yeah, I remember watching that on like television, like just like a couple years back, and I was like, I don't think it was that bad or whatever, because like the movie started with like a warning, like if they include some stuff about this is a product of da 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 da. I was going, it's like I don't remember it being that bad. Watch up, song comes in, and then section plays, and I'm like, it was just like a mental flashbang of, oh, okay, yeah, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, that was like pure,
Oh
I want to
gosh.
say 50s or 60s stereotyping.
Oh yeah. So it was like, but the rest of the song slapped. So it's kind of
Mm-hmm.
like, can we surgically cut out this section, please? Just thank you.
And Crochet, to answer your question, there's Siamese cat. Well, there's a Siamese cat in Aristocats, and then there's the Siamese cats in Lady and the Tramp.
Yeah. The Siamese cats and Lady and the Tramp are their bit is mild
That's a
in
little bit more
comparison.
politically correct.
Yeah. Theirs is pretty like mild, you know, than yeah, the Aristocats one is bad.
Yeah, just a little bit. It was just very stereotypical at the time
Yeah. It's
of
like the play piano of chopsticks, I think. Yeah, and then there's some dialogue that's very yeah. So it's like the what is it? The Bugs Bunny little Bugs Bunny cartoons that have like where he like immediate where like there's like the thing into some stereotype in it. It's just like a mental flashbang of nope, yep, 1940s. Okay, yep.
mm-hmm.
40s, 50s. So as well as play of chopsticks. Well, it's part of that. There's also more to it than that. It is one of those, if you pull it up, you're gonna get like a mental flashbang of, oh yep, this is problematic. I see.
Yeah, like very specifically, the one in Aristocats
Yeah,
uh, was like obviously playing on stupid
yeah,
and at the same time making like constant Chinese references,
yeah,
even though like one of them was specifically something about a fortune cookie in the
yeah,
middle of the
fortune cookie.
song, even though that's an American thing, not
Yeah,
even Chinese. But I digress.
which actually wasn't. I'm trying to think the origin of the fortune cookie, because it was also, I swear, weren't the actually early iterations made by like actual Japanese? Hold on, this has been a while.
From what I understood, I haven't really looked it up though. It was California based. Now, whether it was an immigrant that brought the idea up,
Oh,
maybe I don't know.
okay. Exact origin of fortune cookies is unclear, though various immigrant groups of California claim to have popularized them in the early 20th century. They most likely originated from cookies made by Japanese immigrants to the United States in the late 19th or early 20th century. The Japanese version did not have the Chinese-looking numbers and were eaten with tea.
Hmm.
So, apparently there was in the 19th century, there was a cookie similar in appearance to modern fortune cookies that was made in Kyoto, Japan. Um, so which had kind of a so which if that's true, it would be so if that version is true, the fortune cookie is an American take on a Japanese invention that then got used by Chinese immigrants in Chinese restaurants.
They're multicultural.
Yes.
Yay.
Which is very much like is very much American coded in terms of like origin of, you know, some food item.
Hmm.
Which is interesting. It's neat when you have like um or food item origins like that. Um let's see, Virgil, didn't the aristocrat Siamese cat then come with sort of an Asian jingle. I can't remember if that was Aristocats or the other movie. Uh, so Lady and the
I think they
Tramp
both
had
did.
sort of like this kind of. It did have like this easy like Southeast Asian sounding melody to it during when the Siamese cats came in. Um, that felt a bit more. It felt more like Roger and Hammerstein kind of in that spirit of like, the King and I type of where you're trying to like capture the sound, the perception of a sound that is Asian within like like through like an American
The missile
composers
knows where
doing
it
that.
is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from where it isn't, or where it isn't from where it is, whichever is greater,
What?
it obtains a difference or
I love
deviation.
this meme.
The guidance subsystem uses deviations to generate corrective commands to drive the missile from a position where it is to a position where it isn't. And arriving at a position where it wasn't, it now is.
What?
For those that don't know what that one is, that is the Tomahawk missile.
Okay. If it was a missile, but I've just okay.
Kind of threw you for a loop there.
No, it was one of those like it just made me get flash PTSD to like word problems back in school where it's like, if we take this thing and then there's like, what? So you want me
Mm,
to add? What? You want me to add then multiply or what? Then subtract something? What?
yay, I love word math problems. Thank you.
Uh okay. But what is your favorite type of pizza?
Oh, I'm not picky. If pizza's ordered, I'm happy. But
I've been
I would have to go with a meat lovers if I was
hmm.
going to just go out of my way and get a pizza. So sausage, pepperoni, uh, anything and everything that they want to throw in there, I'll take it.
Hmm. I mean, yeah, that's a good decision. I
Hmm.
pretty much like to load up on veggies, honestly,
Okay. Are
personally.
you vegan or
No, well, I couldn't be vegan because then it would still be like with the cheese or whatever.
right?
I could visually be vegetarian. No, I just like vegetables. I just like cooked vegetables on with the cheeses. They're
That's
tasty.
fair. Well, you can have all the veggie pizza, and I'll have all the meat pizza.
Yeah, I could never be vegan. I could conceivably be vegetarian, but like I need dairy, okay?
That's fair. I 100% could not be vegan. I could be vegetarian, but I would complain every single day.
Yeah. I'd have those moments of like, man, I want some chicken.
Hmm. Been there, done that.
Uh I like cheese pizza. My stomach hates me for that. Oh, lactose intolerant. I'm guessing
Yeah,
Cheshire.
missing toes. You lactose.
I swear, like every lactose intolerant person I need just like will go from yeah, I'm lactose intolerant, then it's like violently eating cheese. Some cheese very so like yeah, I'm gonna regret this later, but nom nom nom.
Just don't be around me in 30 minutes. That's all I ask. I'm going to enjoy life right now.
Yeah. Uh I say hold on. Hold on. Not really intolerant, but sensitive. So I'm like, okay, yeah, understandable. Whatever. That reminds me, there was this one YouTuber. video came across, where this lady or whatever, because she was lactose intolerant, but she came across like some like science papers and stuff like that she wanted to prove. Also, she did like dairy, but lactose intolerant. So
Hmm.
basically, because it was a paper that was looking into, so a lot of, so America has a lot of, we because we subsidize a lot of, the government subsidizes a lot of like of the dairy industry. So we have large quantities of various types of dairy, such as cheeses um uh or powdered milk that can be made into to increase storage shelf of like all this extra excess dairy the government ends up with.
Hmm.
um so um which if you want to look into that, it's a fun rabbit hole of government cheese underground cheese storage facilities. So Wendigoon has a video on that, so y'all can look on that if y'all want to do that later. But in the meantime, what this paper is basically, so a lot of aid that would use like the government would come in the form of hey, here this dairy, because protein, and then here's like fat, protein, you know um so a lot so they were doing a lot of aid programs for sub-Saharan Africa. Now, the paper was because of, so that population normally has a higher percentage of lactose intolerance, but they were be giving all this large amounts of dairy. So the paper was studying this effect of that basically after a short, there would be an intense period of like, negative side effects, but after some time passed, they basically would like their bodies would adjust, and then they would just be like their lactose intolerance was gone.
Oh yeah,
So it
I think
was,
I've heard that somewhere.
yeah. So this lady, she basically, she pretty much for 2 weeks, I guess you could refer to this as dairy maxing, or I guess it would be milk maxing, because she would like she would drink these large jugs of like powdered milk like every day, like, and in a higher concentration of the dairy than you would than like the standard recommendation. So you were getting a lot of lactose. Your lactose, she was lactose maxing for sure. And
Hmm.
it was, so like, I would not suggest doing this. This was part of an experiment. I would not recommend doing this because it was bad. But she apparently, like, after the process, it like it her body adjusted, and so she cured herself of her lactose intolerance. So I think
I
there's,
love the fact that people can brute force that.
yeah,
It's miserable in the middle of it, I'm certain, but
yeah, there's, yeah, I think there was like, she was mentioning there's another YouTuber who basically did like a smarter way of doing it, of just targeting, introducing certain bacteria strains into his body, so more of a gentle, getting onto the lactose, as opposed to, you know, milk maxing.
mhm.
So yeah. Uh Hold on, let me catch up. Why eat something that's just gonna make you sick? To be fair, I can relate a bit. I get irritable IBS, so all I'd be allowed to eat is steamed veggies and fruits and nothing fatty, spicy, or very sweet, which would take all the fun out of meals, at least as far as I'm concerned. I do try to stay clear of stuff that will wreck me: coffee, black tea, anything with chili or onions. But also, I don't want to eat everything without seasoning or just steamed. Yeah, I don't have gallbladder. I'm supposed to avoid high fat food because it can cause issues, but I'm not but I'm not skipping a steak. So yeah, I guess I can see.
That's a mood. The flavor's important.
You know, like it's a morale thing, just in terms of like figuring ways to do it, like with like specialized diets where you still get like some flavor, or if you have to do something that it's like only for a very short period of time, just because of like psychological morale that folks need to have. Um,
Hmm.
but what is your favorite type of book? And I will allow um graphic novels or light novels as answers. So,
I got to be honest, it's been a long time since I've read a book, but I like a lot of thriller books.
hmm,
Thriller was kind of like my introduction into kind of like horror gaming,
mm-hmm,
though I never got into the reading part of horror.
hmm,
So anything that has like a good mystery and like aspects of, like thriller, suspense, that kind of stuff,
hmm.
I've always really enjoyed that.
So like Silent Hill games, or would like Silent Hill be kind of along that, or
Oh, I love Silent Hill. Psychological horror is a big thing for me.
hmm.
I adore that game, or those games rather.
Yeah, you might want to like there's a game I'm currently playing through. I don't know, that you might want to look into, assuming it's still on sale. Because like the
Mm.
sequel came out, so it was like on sale for pretty cheap on different places, like either GOG.com, or then I think also Steam. It was also on sale. But it's called The Sinking City. And
Oh, okay.
so it's like an it's it's set in
If
the
I remember correctly,
Lovecraft.
that's very, yeah, Lovecraftian.
Yeah, it's set in the Lovecraft universe. Um and there's like this city that is like cut off because of like through like major floodwaters and stuff like that. It's pretty much been like cut off, and is even like a lot of the sections are like flooded, some of the streets.
Mm.
Um but you're there as this private detective who's been like getting visions like in his dreams, and a lot of other people, apparently across the country are, and he was basically mentioned. He's like sent a letter as one guy of like, hey, if you go to this city, there's like an answer there. You can find answers to it because a lot of the people here are specifically having it, and they're like being drawn here. So you go in and you're trying to like figure out what's causing all these visions and stuff. And it's interesting because it features a lot of stuff, and like an interesting thing is, so like it takes place after the events of the Lovecraft story Shadow over Innsmouth.
Mm, okay.
So you'll actually run into these people that are referred to as the Innsmouthers, because they're basically refugees from like destroyed Innsmouth. So they're you come in these people that have like these kind of very round, bulging eyes and stuff like that you're talking to.
Yeah, it's if I remember correctly, uh that's essentially like the fishing village,
Yeah.
is it not?
Yeah, it's the fishing village that, like the character finds out that they're like been interbreeding with these deep ones. That's like
Mm,
aquatic race of people or whatever and stuff. So it's interesting. There's a lot of like bits of like other different like stories and stuff that Lovecraft has put out there, that like it incorporates those little elements in the story. So like you'll meet characters, oh, this is like that thing in that story. So I'd say
okay.
it's more of it's kind of like it's a bit action, a little bit RPG, just so some of the elements are, because you do have to like fight these creatures that show up, but I'd
Right.
say more of the gameplay is more of just exploring and like talking to people and doing like detective stuff than the gameplay. So
So I have heard of the Sinking City before,
yeah.
and I'm going to be honest, I didn't have much of an interest in the game.
Uh-huh.
However, your explanation makes me really want to play the game.
Yeah.
So I'm going to definitely
Officially.
have to check it out.
Yeah. So it's one of those, it's got its own issues, but it's and some of the stuff feels for a bit limited, but then again it's because it's not a huge like dev team that was behind it.
Mhm.
Um, you know, but they did a sequel that I'd be definitely interested in to play on that just came out. So and they did like a remaster of like the initial one. So there's not a whole lot of like big like Lovecraft games that are just straight time period, at the time period detective stuff.
Mhm.
So when you come across something that actually is a pretty good game that's like of that, you know, I I'm willing to overlook a number of things. So
Oh yeah.
just 'cause it's got this itch that it scratches, so it's got this nice itch that it scratches. So, I'm like, yeah, heck yeah, brother.
Heck yeah, brother.
So, uh
But yeah, anything like super Lovecraftian is hard to create in something that you can visually see. It
yeah.
works in the book format. It
Oh
works
yeah.
really well in the book format because that's purely imagination.
Hmm.
But once you take the imagination out and you show it, it that's why like anything with the Cthulhu mythos, anything Lovecraftian tend to kind of like flop.
Yeah, it's a hard genre to depict visually.
Hmm. Because the
Uh
whole purpose of it is it's not supposed to be uh, understood,
yeah.
comprehensible. There we go. That's the word I was looking for.
So I feel like some of the best stuff I've gotten, I'm trying to think of like the best. Some of like more of the stuff that does like a better job of Lovecraft seems to be more of if they like try to get like the atmosphere or like vibes of it. Those like some games that are able to do that always kind of feel are somehow able to that more sort of like cosmic horror thing.
Hmm.
But it's like was that game Darkest Dungeon kind of makes me one of those things where it's more of it's not necessarily the plot, it's not necessarily the plot or whatever, but just like giving the player this sense of like everything's out to get you. You don't understand all these monsters and creatures out there, and you're
Hmm.
just trying to get through this. Um, it's easier to feel to like kind of give the player that person that impression than necessarily like some of like the actual depicting. Look at my Cthulhu monster.
Hmm.
That pretty
Yeah,
often
that's a
falls
big thing.
flat. But getting like the vibe of there's the unknowable powerful things out there that are not friendly to me.
Hmm. Like
That's
another game that did it fairly decently, if you ask me. It's not based on the Cthulhu mythos, but Bloodborne,
hmm, yeah,
because it has like
There's a
the old
dragon in
god
my
kind of
wagon, and
idea.
I don't mean
yeah.
to be bragging about the best tail
Oh, thank you
wagging
very much for
dragon
the
in
follow,
the
Littlest
wagon you
Vera.
could meet.
And of course, there's the game that never got a sequel. That I'm sure if I talked to
Yeah.
my brother, and like call it like honestly, if I were to ask him what game that never got a sequel are you most upset about, this would probably be his answer as the old game for GameCube, Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem.
Mm,
If anyone has not played that game, try to figure out a way um, to play that. It is a very unique title and probably one of the best. It's not specifically Lovecraft, it's kind of like its own version, but it's like in terms of like all the themes and the stuff that makes it tick. Yeah. So it came out on GameCube of all things. It's the crazy part.
It came out on GameCube. I remember hearing about it. I've seen a little bit of gameplay here and there. It
Yeah.
is 100% a game I would love to play myself,
Yeah.
but at this point, purely emulation is the only way to go.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Anyone that would have because probably anyone that would have a like that would actually have the one of the original hard copies is not going to be letting that thing go.
No,
I get the feeling of. So if you were to like look up one on like eBay or something like that, it's probably going to be some crazy price.
you're spending hundreds of dollars.
Yeah.
There's no doubt of that.
So, but yeah, I would recommend it because it's very much sort of in like the same style as stuff like Silent Hill, or in terms of like, tank controls, but it's got its own little unique things. Like you can actually like target, like gameplay wise in the combat, you can actually target different limbs and stuff like that. Um which is a unique thing, especially for that time period. Um so some and it's yeah, and it has a lot of replay value because you can basically get to see, what is it, I think, to get the ultimate, like the true ending of the game, you would have to do is it 3 or 4? No, I think it's 3 playthroughs because there's a
Get a
thing on
good, a
it.
bad, and a true ending or something similar.
No, it's because of like, so early on in the game, your eldritch deity thing, you end up like during the first chapters of the game, through like one of your decisions, you'll kind of pick who is your primary antagonist of the eldritch deity that has it, that's specifically targeting your character, and or like different characters, I should say, um of your playthrough. um so you which they have their own specialized creatures that you go against during every playthrough, that have like different, that'll be are hazardous in different ways. um um and then but that'll, so each playthrough you would pick which, eldritch deity you're basically going to be having to deal with their creatures throughout the thing. And if you get through all 3, you can unlock a potential like final like a different um ending. So it's an interesting thing. Each of
Okay.
the ending is like, it's fine on its own. You can just get this, like, if you do this last, there's this last thing that you can do that, you know is like the true ending type thing. But it's a neat game, and you have, because also you're going through all these different time periods, because I'm jibber jabbering a lot about it, but just as a quick little thing, it's it starts off with, you are this woman that, like, her, what was it, her like father or grandfather, I forget, one of like a older male family member, I can't remember specifically how, but he's murdered. He's found dead, murdered by something. So she wants to, and like the police can't figure it out. Was like he was torn by like an animal or something like that.
Hmm.
So he can't. So he can. So she goes in to explore his, mansion, that he was found in, because the police still haven't figured anything out, and it's been a while. So she's like going investigation, and he does all this like all this research. He was doing all this research into, all this cosmic creatures and stuff like that, which apparently even were part of like the family line. Um so she's learning. So as you explore the mansion, you unlock these different stories of retelling these events of a different person, um back in at some historical time period, that, here's how this been thing has been going at here's how these events have been going on throughout history, how these entities have been working through human events and stuff like that. um so uh like the first character you play is like this Roman centurion who's looking for an artifact. um there's like somewhere in like the Middle East, and then uh there's a thing in like Southeast Asia. um there's a thing and take place in a cathedral in Europe. It's just really, you get all these different time periods, so you get different types of equipment. Each little protagonist little vignette that you get to has their own like special things. It's all just really interesting. So
It
it's,
does sound really, really cool.
yeah, it's a very unique title, and it is, once again, there's a reason why there's a lot of people who still were like, a sequel was never made of this.
You must have it, Nintendo.
Yeah. Well, it's because it was made by a company called Silicon Knights. And they made an oopsie whoopsie in like 2010. They were working on this project that was called was it Beyond Human or Too Human? I forget. Anyway, but there was a game that it took way too long for them to make, so they spent way too much money on it. But the biggest problem was they were using they were not they used the game engine that they were using. They did not have the rights to. So
Oh,
so like there was a big legal battle, and actually you can't find you can't get the game anymore. The only like way you could get it would be like the small amount of just used hard copies that can be like scattered around in places, because they had to delete the files. They weren't able to make it in through like court order when they were found of like, yeah, the courts were like, yeah, you didn't have permission of this, so this is, yeah, so you can't destroy any existing copies you have currently, and you can't make any more, and remove it from digital stores, because it was about Xbox 360 generation. So it was like 2010 or something like that. And because of all that, they went belly up. So
was it? It's probably not this, but was it Beyond Good and Evil? Like you said, Beyond. It was like
no,
that's
it
the first
wasn't
one that came
that.
to mind.
Nah, it was like a weird, it tried to take like a take on like certain Norse mythology stuff, but like making it
Oh,
sci-fi at the same time.
interesting.
Yeah. I remember
I would not be able to guess that one.
yeah, I played it a little bit way back when, if I remember right, like a demo or something like that. I wasn't very impressed with it, sad to say.
Oh,
Beyond Good and Evil, yeah, that one was great. Yeah, different thing, and that finally got a sequel. So there you go. So
is that sequel officially out, or are they still semi working on it?
Beyond Good and Evil, I think it's out. What? Hold on. Beyond Good and Evil 2. Oh, nope, not. Um, let's
Because I know
see.
that's been in development hell forever.
Upcoming action venture game developed by Ubisoft. No release window or target platforms has been mentioned. Hold on, is it even? I thought it was. Okay, yeah. So who? It's not canceled. Apparently, Ubisoft has not said it's canceled. Though it ran into apparently the designer. No, wait. The creative director Emile Morel died at age 40 in 2023. So
Oh,
I'm sure that was, the latest in a series of monkey wrenches into the development. So it's
yeah, I can see that being an issue.
yeah.
Also, I did look up Silicon Knights. The game you're thinking of is Too Human.
Yeah, okay, that's right. I knew it was some okay, yeah. There's a game. Yeah, there's an MMO recently that has a very similar name that's been throwing me off. Uh
Uh,
uh let's see. It's basically
I know which one
Schrodinger.
you're talking about.
Yeah.
I just don't remember what it's called.
Maybe it's Beyond Human. I can't remember.
Oh, Become Human.
Become Human. Okay, yeah, there we are.
Well,
I've
because
played
there's Detroit Become Human, but there's also like there's another one.
hold on. Once Human, excuse me.
Once Human. Yeah, that's the newest one.
Yeah. Which I've played is honestly pretty good. Especially like since it's a for free game.
Mhm.
So it's actually a game. Which is a lot that which for a lot of stuff that's play for free that you don't have to pay anything, I feel that's high praise. So the fact that
It's a game.
this is actually constitutes a game, an actual game, and not just me trying folks sucker me into. There's an actual game here that you could just play for free. That in and of itself is a major selling point for free to play games.
Wow, it's
So,
free and you can play it. That's unheard of.
and it's not just immediately like, would you like to buy a thing? Are you sure? It's like when most of like the buy stuff is basically just like cosmetics and stuff like that, then when I'm like, okay, you know what? That's fair. You got to make your money somehow.
Mhm.
It's not actual gameplay stuff being paywalled. Um, let's see. Okay, so we got to do an ad break. So take a 3-minute ad break. And then we will be right back afterwards. So if you happen to have Twitch Turbo or a sub to the channel, I will have I will have words on stream to play while y'all are while the ads are adding. Um and if you once again, if you happen to have any questions that you would like to ask our guest here, Kevin, please put those in the chat. And then so especially, if it's on, I can get right back to them. So I will do that, and I will see y'all all in just 3 minutes. So we'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience. I'm continuing. Let me make sure. Is there anything in? Make sure I'm caught up with chat. Okay, we're good. Okay. So next question is, what is your favorite movie?
Yeah. I have two, and I'll just go with these two.
Okay.
Uh, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
Mm-hmm.
And the second one is Tucker and Dale versus Evil.
Okay.
Two very, very different movies, but I appreciate them for being that different.
Yeah. I mean, it's a Coen Brothers movie. One's a Coen Brothers movie, which it's hard to go wrong with a Coen Brothers movie. Um, I'm now I'm now thinking of and I've heard good things about Tucker and Dale. I need to I
It
need
just
to
like
actually
subverts the entire like hillbilly slasher film,
Mm.
and I love it.
Yeah, it kind of looks at because it's I've seen it sort of like it fits more in like along the lines of like something like Evil Dead, of where it's like horror, but it's like a little bit more humor.
Yeah, it solidly fits in comedy horror.
Mm. I love that you see both perspectives. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been honestly forever since I've actually seen the movie. Oh brother, where art thou? Oh, that's probably something I need to revisit.
It's a good movie,
Yeah.
and the Soggy Bottom Brothers song, or Soggy Bottom Boys, I think is what they're called. I I love that song. I'm a man of sorrow.
Oh yeah, the song "Man of Constant Sorrow."
Yeah,
Yeah, that's like I'm trying to think because I think that song because yeah, it's like their version I think of the folk song. Hold on.
honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it's based on another song. I didn't realize, and I would love to hear the original.
Um. Okay. Man of Constant Sorrow, also known as "I'm a Man of Constant Sorrow," is a traditional American folk song. Ah, blah blah. Sorry, bug flew in my mouth. I'm good now. Um. uh. That bug did not appreciate folk music. That's what That's my take. Uh.
How dare you speak of the bluegrass?
So, song first published by Dick Burnett, a partially blind fiddler from Kentucky, was entitled Farewell Song in a songbook by Burnett dated 1913. A version recorded by Emery Arthur in 1928 gave the song its current title. Several versions of the song exist that differ in their lyrics and melodies. The song was popularized by the Stanley Brothers, who recorded the song in the 50s, and many other recorded versions in the 60s included Bob Dylan. Variations of the song have been recorded under the titles Girl of Constant Sorrow by Joanne, Joanne Baez, as well as by Barbara Dane, Maid of Constant Sorrow by Judy Collins, and Sorrow by Peter, Paul, and Mary. It was released as a single by Ginger Baker's Air Force with vocals by Denny Lane. And then it was renewed. It was renewed, of course, in the 2000 film. So,
I'm doing some research after this.
yeah, which I remember because I was like, it's like I have the album, the Bob Dylan. Yeah, where it's a different, because it's basically very similar lyrics, and then just like the melody will be a little bit the same.
Mhm.
Um, so yeah, it's a lot of it needs when you come across stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Um, which there's actually a large amount of bluegrass like musicians on TikTok.
Every time I scroll past a banjo player, I have to sit through the entire video.
Yeah.
I adore the music. I I don't know. I really like it. So it's just a vibe.
Uh,
Sounds very traditional to me, at least.
yeah. There's actually one channel that I follow where it's so like the guy he will play like the banjo or the mandolin, like so the musical actual music part, but like then the song will be sung using like the Vocaloid software, so it'll be like
Oh,
this song but just the vocalist is Hatsune Miku, and it'll be playing like right, and it'll show him play like right next to like a Hatsune Miku like plush with a little like cowboy hat on.
that is amazing.
It's very cute.
I love culture clash stuff like that.
Yeah. And also like we've heard him, but like there's like a lot of like Japanese bands that do bluegrass, and it's like, dang, they it's like
They nailed it. They know
this.
what they're about.
Uh, my fave movies are The Last Unicorn and Inception. Very yeah. The bug wants in that grass. Uh, but yeah, my favorite is Spirited Away.
Very solid movie.
Mm.
Although I haven't seen it, I've heard fantastic things about it.
Oh yeah, it's for sure. Make sure it's like it's. I feel it would be. It's um yeah, highly recommend if someone hasn't seen it, like to go see it, especially if you like just animation in general.
Hmm.
If you're any sort of fan of animation, that's like you need to see it. Um I feel like
I adore animation. I really do.
yeah. So it's sort of like I feel like the two for fans of animation in general, I feel like the two Ghibli films that are kind of like required watching would be Spirited Away and then Princess Mononoke. Um uh for like different reasons or whatever, but they're just like both phenomenal movies. And also like Spirited Away, was rewatching it not that long ago, was like it is absolutely gorgeous. Like you could just watch it just solely for the visuals.
I believe that.
Like I had to pause moments because I was like, there are parts where like backgrounds or stuff like that where like if you paused them, this would just be like a beautiful, like just a watercolor painting somewhere, but they're using it as like a background or a set piece. So
Hmm.
it's absolutely like phenomenal or whatever. Um so
I should watch it. I
yeah.
I don't have anything against Studio Ghibli. It's just the only one I've ever seen was My Neighbor Totoro, and I don't know. I just didn't have I guess that's not my animation style that I
Right.
enjoy, but I know it's a really good story.
Yeah. It's what Yeah. So I feel like even just like the background, even just watching for the background, especially for like Spirited Away, is like great. Also, like the creature designs of like the different spirits is really interesting to see. Um, so and then Princess Mononoke is just such a like it's just such an epic story. It's probably also it's very much because it's definitely like the most violent I feel like of the Ghibli films.
I think
Um,
the only one that would it's not. I don't think it's violent, but it's more grim. Would be Grave of the
yeah,
Fireflies, right?
yeah, Graveyard of the there's been other like Ghiblis where they're kind of I guess they are like more grim. Um, which would be Graveyard of the Fireflies. Also, The Wind Rises is another one.
Hmm.
Um, where they're just like because of just war and
It's just
you know
content, really.
yeah
It's
yeah. Princess Mononoke is the only one. There's like where it feels like very like there's actual like violence in it.
mhm.
And it's not once again it's a Ghibli sim, so it's not so much glamorized or stuff like that. There's other Ghibli films that have that that maybe like they're somewhat violent, but normal will be like it'll be more like cartoony or something like that.
Hmm.
So it's not it'll be more like fun adventure type violence. Like there's one Castle in the Sky,
Mhm.
um, which is just like more like there's violence, but it's more of like the fun adventure kind of Disney violence, if that makes sense.
There's no
Um,
trace of gore,
yeah,
while there is some in Princess Mononoke.
yeah. There's blood and death and in Princess Mononoke. There's dismemberment in Princess Mononoke. They
It's
actually,
slightly different from the rest.
yeah, they actually got um because at the time, so their American distributor at the time that and they were working with was the company Miramax, um, and who was they were very unnerved by all like the violence and stuff in it, um, because this is mid '90s, a little bit a little bit late '90s or whatever, so an animated film that has a lot of violence in it is like huh? How do we market this to Americans? Um,
It's supposed to be a cartoon. It's for kids, right?
yes. So they were like, um, it's like they were like freaking out because they're like, this is gonna be as it is. This is gonna be like PG-13 for at least for sure, and then this is violence. How are we gonna do it? So there were like a lot of producers and stuff at Miramax that were like, um, I think we need to cut some bits out. And the Studio Ghibli, in response on and hearing about like the discussions of possible cuts, they sent them a sword and a message that read "No cuts," which
All
is
right. Yep.
which is absolute absolute Chad behavior.
I mean, you got your message across.
Also, need to add Watership Down to my favorite movies list, though. It's saddened me greatly. Uh, what do you mean the fun rabbit movie that it's
It's just
just a
Peter Cottontail. Just took a wrong turn.
okay. But what would be your favorite? TV series or I guess streaming series, whether that's on a streaming service or YouTube would also,
Okay, that one's a really hard one because I haven't been watching, like, I haven't really sat down and watched TV since 2012,
yeah,
honestly. Like, it's been a while since I've
yeah.
sat down and, like, watched a show.
Yeah, that's what I'm like including like so like if you wanted to do one of like murder drones or digital
Oh, like
circus
one of
or
the YouTube kind of like style.
yeah, some sort because there's a lot of it's one of those I haven't figured out a better way to like phrase this question in a simple way when I mean like TV series because there's these episodic pieces of media that are the format of a TV series that have never been on television. It's the
Mhm.
thing. But
I mean,
they're
you could do, well, shucks, no, you can't do digital series, but you could do like episodic series. You
yeah,
could just go with that.
yeah, that probably be better.
Might lead to some confusion, but
Yeah. And then I could be like, well, like a television series or, some series that might be on YouTube or something like. Okay, yeah, that I think I might have to go with that. Gonna ma-
try to think. I mean, I have like a whole collection of just like anime
Mhm.
behind me. So I'm just quickly looking at that, but nothing's like sticking out to me. You know what? I'm going to go with my most basic answer Cowboy Bebop.
Ooh, nice. I mean, that's a very solid choice.
It is. I really like the music. Uh, I, I'm not so big on like the space aspect, like
Hmm.
intergalactic.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've seen it, but it's just like that sci-fi kind of feel.
Hmm.
I don't mind that, but I just really like the music and the characters
Yeah.
and the world building that happens in it.
Yeah. It's one of those. It's a sci-fi show, but it feels more like in spirit. It's closer to. It has more like
I'd almost call it a western.
yeah, part Western and though or like crime drama or whatever. It's a very unique genre blend.
Hmm. Yeah, I think I'd
Um,
have to go with Cowboy Bebop.
yeah, yeah, it's one of those like back when I was me growing up, it was like the show where it's like if you wanted to introduce someone to anime, it was like watch Cowboy Bebop.
That's absolutely valid. That
'Cause-
was not my introduction to anime.
Yeah, because also it was also like easier at the time because it was a show. It was like on Adult Swim,
Mhm.
so you'd be like, oh, there's this Cartoon Network, so and that was you can watch it just late at night or whatever. So set record or something like that, and it's just called Cowboy Bebop Watch. Of course, it was one of those shows that, of course, then it made the expectation of like, oh, I'm glad you liked it. So you want to give this anime thing a try? Yeah. Okay. Well, I have to break it to you. There's not a whole lot that really gets up to that level,
Mhm.
unfortunately.
That was
So,
near the best of the best.
yeah.
Well, now I'm kind of curious since you have seen quite a bit of anime. What
Yes.
was your introduction?
Let's see. I feel stuff like Pokemon doesn't really count. I mean, technically it is, but
Yeah, technically, like Dragon Ball Z,
yeah.
Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, Digimon, they all kind of count.
Yeah.
But if you don't want to consider those, what was your first foray into like deep diving anime?
Yeah. Man, I'm really having trouble thinking about when it was.
I can throw a curveball and tell you mine.
Honestly, with mine, it may have it probably if I had to take a shot, it's probably, and then you can tell me yours or whatever, but it probably would have to be like like the stuff that would be like on the late night Adult Swim, like what they
Mhm.
showed. So that would early 2000s. So which at that point it would basically be like the first Full Metal Alchemist series, and
Mm.
then which was still a good series. Um, I do like Brotherhood more though, I'd say, but and then but also the show Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex,
Mm.
which
That's a good one. Oh, I should have
which
said that. I should have said Ghost in the Shell, but
yeah,
I still stay solid with Bebop.
yeah. To me, that's what is my favorite like series is Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex. Just
Mhm.
both those seasons. Also, once again, the person that does the soundtrack, Yoko Kanno, is the same person that did for Cowboy Bebop.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, I never put two and two together.
Yeah. She's like she's it's funny because her first name is also Yoko. It's like she would be the Yoko
Not Yoko Ono.
yeah. This
Not Yoko Ono.
this would be this would be Yoko the Greater, you could say. And um uh 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 but yeah, so she also did a number of like the music for a bunch of other series. But yeah, like I just have like some of the the standalone complex um from like songs from the OS from the soundtrack like just on my big playlist,
Mm.
just because like it is one of those soundtracks where it's just like, oh, this is so good.
The two theme songs like play in my head. Like
Oh
the moment
yeah.
you said Ghost in the Shell, it was like, okay, the first theme, just instant snapback.
Yeah, like I actually literally came across before we started, I literally like saw this meme of uh that I came across on the socials right as we were going back in. But just for anyone that's of what I sent, it's
Yes.
it's just a picture of like this anime girl like in bed, and it's the caption is when you're about to fall asleep, but then Adult Swim puts this on, and then it's like the opening theme to
The second season, I
Standalone
think.
Complex. Hold up, what's it? Okay, yeah, the second one, which is
Yeah,
such
that's
a
that's hilarious. I love it.
oh gosh, man, 2000s anime on Adult Swim was just pretty much like almost all S tier, I swear.
There were some solid ones, but there are also some kind of ones.
Yeah, there was.
Like most people don't talk about the animes per se, but Dot Hack was on Adult Swim.
Ooh,
I did enjoy most of those.
yeah. Dot Hack was in. Yeah, Dot Hack. Dot Hack was such an interesting series.
That was like the precursor to SAO,
Yeah,
and I will stand on that ground.
yeah.
I don't know if I'll die on the hill, but I'll stand on that ground.
I mean, that was like it's. There's. I mean, it's literally like it's a virtual reality thing of people playing this MMO like with virtual reality tech, and then but people are getting trapped in the game and stuff like that. I mean,
Hmm.
that's SAO. The only difference really was like that with SAO where it's like, well, everyone's trapped in it on day one, as
Yeah,
opposed
it
to
was
going in
grand
this.
scale instead
Yeah.
of like 2 or 3 people at a time.
Yeah. Instead of like this weird conspiracy and like mystery and stuff like that. Um so yeah. But
Another one I really remember is Code Geass.
hmm,
I know Inuyasha and Naruto and a bunch of others were there, but the two I think of are Dot Hack and Code Geass.
hmm. Okay, what oh, that's right. What was your introduction to anime? I totally forgot. What was your
Elfen Lied.
Damn. You went
Yeah, it was a rough start.
that for okay. For reference for chatters. I feel okay. I feel like the comparison would be this would be like if your first alcoholic beverage was like
Hey, you want a Jaeger bomb?
or like would you like a shot of like Everclear or basically moonshine is Elfine Lead is one of those series that
It really
it's
makes you think. It's
yeah,
actually good,
yeah,
but it's a rough one,
yeah,
especially at that time.
yeah. It has some weird bits to it that are very
Oh
much
yeah.
like, oh, anime, you and your shenanigans. Uh, but are still like it's still like a very just interesting plot and stuff like that. I need to finish reading the manga for it actually. Um, let's see. My first animes were Naruto and Death Note. Um, Kevin came
That's
out and
respectable.
Kevin came into anime out of the pan to the fire.
Immediately. I was
Perfect.
just dropped in there because I was recommended that. And I just figured, oh, they're all like that.
That would be that's diabolical that you were recommended that as your first anime. Um,
Well, I still enjoy them, so
yeah,
something worked out.
it's just like, yeah, I guess it's sort of like if you potentially still see yourself as watching more anime after watching this, you're
You're
not
probably
where.
good. It doesn't matter what you watch, you're probably fine.
Yeah, I feel the more recent example of that would be like Made in the Abyss of
I
like
can see that.
the plot is I'm sure there's some people. I want to talk to someone who's like their first anime was Made in the Abyss. There's got to be people out there just
Oh, I'm certain because that was on Netflix, wasn't it? Or was it a Hulu?
I think it was
Regardless,
Netflix.
regardless, it was on one of those, and I'm sure some kid came across it and watched like 3 episodes, and they don't like anime anymore.
It's like cuz I'm trying to think. First episode that would be okay. I think it would be kind of like the people that were like it would be like what is it? The people that the like group of kids that someone put on for a bunch of kids, the amazing digital circus and like the first episode, which is kind of like the first episode, you could get away with that as like a kid show. But then there's the second episode and it's like the end of like the cane of you don't belong here of like and just like Thanos snapping like this character you've talked to at the end of a series because he's an NPC. Just so like apparently there's like these people that have done that, and then of course all the kids saw that they're having fun, and then just see that and then just start crying. Made
I
in the
thought this
Abyss,
was a kid show. It's
yeah.
animated.
Made in the Abyss would be like that times 10, basically.
Yeah.
Because I feel like let's see, I'm trying to think what happens in the first episode. Yeah, I think you could probably get away with that one. There's some mild peril, I guess would be, and I think someone gets injured. I think it's like till episode 2 when like something actually gets like, wait a minute.
I mean, in the first Pokemon episode, uh, Ash gets electrocuted
Oh
like
yeah.
multiple times. So
Ah. Okay, hold on.
light damage or peril is fine.
Uh. Uh. Mine was Yu Yu Hakusho. Nice. Can't like shortcuts are. Yu Yu Hakusho was great. It's that nice 90s anime stuff.
Hmm.
Okay. Let's see. Uh, who is your favorite musician or music group? Or if you want to be
That's hard.
if you want to be fancy, you could even say composer.
I could not do that. Uh, I listen to I vary heavily when it comes to music. One day I can enjoy myself some EDM with some dubstep even.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next day I'm listening to deathcore or metal. And then after that I'm listening to like folk music based entirely on hurdy-gurdies. It's like I can't pick a favorite. I I don't know. I don't even have an artist like I go to on Spotify on a regular basis. I kind of just scroll, pick a playlist, and then just listen it out. So ooh, that one's a hard one.
You're not a Debussy fanboy.
It's a who? What?
Debussy,
I don't know.
French composer.
No, I just pulled it up on Spotify. I don't. I'm not familiar enough, unfortunately.
Claude, okay, not a Claude Debussy fan or whatever. Just
No,
I
like, I don't mind classical stuff. I just don't know the names or composers.
it's fine. I live in fear because both both my parents are music teachers and they're basically retired, but they'll still sub from time to time.
Hmm.
I live in fear of the day one of them like may come back, may one of they'll be like, it was weird. I said the name of Claude. All the kids for some reason found the name Claude Debussy, uh, like funny for some reason.
Oh no,
I live in fear of the day that happens. Because I mean, it's literally spelled.
it is actually spelled that way.
So it.
Well, Mom, sit down. We have a conversation to have, and you're not going to like it.
Uh, uh. So, but based on your, so you're kind of more of, well, I was about to say genre, but then again, it's one of those. I understand the eclectic part.
Hmm.
My massive playlist is pretty much like it very much, especially when I hit shuffle, it's very much like a pinball machine. A boom 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 boom,
Hmm.
ding 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 ding.
Like, I think a common term a lot of people use is polyjamorous.
Polyjammers. I like
Like, I've
that.
heard that so much, like through music TikToks and such. It's like, yeah, I'm polyjamorous, and then somebody throws on one of the weirdest genres of music. I'm like akin to that, but like I don't enjoy everything, but I can vibe with most everything, unless it's just noise. I don't like that genre.
I'm just I've never heard of polyamorous before, but I kind of like that. I've never heard
I'm
of that one.
teaching today.
I like that. I may have to use that instead of eclectic. I'm polyamorous. Uh,
But yeah, to answer a specific musician or band or composer, I can't.
mm,
That one's just difficult.
mm. So
I just like music, and
yeah.
that one reason for that is I am by trade an audio engineer,
Mm-hmm.
so I listen to everything, and I need to listen to everything. So picking favorites isn't really my strong suit to begin with, and when you listen to everything, it makes it way harder.
Yeah. So if I have any audio questions or whatever, you're the person to.
I have fixed so many streamer setups.
My mixing is passable, I think. Oh. So I will only bother you with an audio question if it's something like very like specific of something very specific and like some weird thing that's happening that I, you know.
I mean, I've helped with everything small to big. I've sat in calls with people and had them change their EQ and compressors and filters just to see if it changes anything, if it fixes it. I do a lot of that stuff
Mm.
because that's kind of my day job. It's part of my day job now.
Mm. Yeah, which that in terms of like day job as streamer, I feel like that's definitely like something that helps out a lot for sure. Since you're
Hmm.
like, yeah, I know how this.
I
Or
understand the back end that most people ignore. I
yeah,
understand the tech. While most people just like plug in a mic and go, why no work? Well, you see, you plugged it into the wall. It doesn't need power like that.
or there's like this one YouTuber I like or whatever who was my favorite YouTuber, where it's like he has this bit of like, so it's like I have a confession to make. So I've been doing this for years or whatever, and apparently I've not. Yeah, it's like I've not been plugging in for it because is like he had like apparently like his mic. He was mentioning this like mic setup. He had like one of the little boxes that
Mhm.
he didn't have it plugged in right, so it was effectively boot, not on at all. So
Ah.
he was just like, so apparently I've not been doing that right, but I'm not gonna change it. I'm gonna get worse.
I respect that.
Yeah.
Anybody that's willing to go worse, I respectable.
Oh, it's like which, which it's like I'm the thing of Chippy Doki and where it's like of like, oh yeah, my mic's like just $50, and everyone on call with her is like, yeah, I can tell. Or now
What do
it's
you
like
mean you can
$50.
tell? No, I love that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Or my favorite thing is somebody plugs in a mic, but they also have a webcam that has a mic,
Uh-huh. Oh,
and
it plays off
they
the
only use the webcam. They
yeah.
don't use their other mic, and they're just complaining about why it's not working. I bought this fancy mic, and it's like it's not even plugged in.
Why
You're
does
using
it
the
not
wrong
sound
audio.
right? Yeah. I love it when OBS tries to do stuff like that. Thankfully, it hasn't tried to do that stuff for me in a while. It just randomly disconnects stuff.
Oh, gotta love that.
It just says, "Yeah, no, you're gonna need to change your settings for we're gonna like deactivate the whatever thing for some reason, and then so you have to like manually go back in your settings to make all the stuff work.
Hmm.
Why? because we
Hey, you remember
bec-
this really
because
odd filter you turned on 3 years ago? Yeah, we're turning it off for no reason whatsoever.
uh uh okay. So what? So you may not have. You're probably not gonna have an answer for this question, but my favorite
Hmm?
album. But do you have a favorite album?
Holy Hell by Architects.
Oh, okay, you do have a. All right.
I'm just going to throw that one out there because that's like the last one I was listening to.
Hmm.
It's like, I remember getting emotional to this.
You know, that's fair. That's fair for sure. Yeah, my for the record, my favorite musician is Alice Cooper.
Mm,
Um, second is David Bowie. Um, but
slightly different, but there's relation.
yeah, they're still in the broad category of like classic rock, especially
Hmm.
like in the 70s would be normally, even though, you know, the only reason David Bowie's is not active because he passed away in 2016.
Hmm.
Um, and then, you know, Alice Alice is still touring and making
Yeah, I don't know
albums.
how he's met. Well, he's turned his life around significantly, so I understand how he's still doing it. But
Yeah.
dang,
Yeah, it's the yeah, he's yeah, bro yeah. The fact that he made which I'm sure even like he'll which be like which would probably I'm sure he would definitely not object to me saying this or whatever of like it's a miracle he survived. He survived the 70s and then that especially because that late 60s early 70s scene and then the 80s.
hmm
um
no, I'm
so
pretty sure he would even say that.
yeah, oh yeah. uh because it was like because yeah, and actually because yeah, my favorite album actually is the album of him from the inside, which was inspired by his stay in a psychiatric hospital when he was being treated for alcoholism in the 70s.
Mm,
So he made an album kind of like inspired by like the event and then some of the types of people like he met, which is a heck of an idea like as far as like an out how as far as an origin of an album. I was
oh
in
yeah,
an yeah, okay, well I just got out of a psychiatric hospital. What am I gonna do? I should make an album based upon that. She said, you know what? That's fair.
that sounds amazing. Let's do it.
Oh,
Yeah,
uh,
I'm scrolling through Spotify, and I found one other album I'd definitely throw in my hat in.
hmm,
The Spell by Cellar Darling.
hmm. Like what genre are they?
So are you familiar with folk metal, like at all?
I think kind of, yeah. I've probably I can't think of off the top of my head of like stuff that would kind of consider that, but I feel like I've heard it probably.
I'm probably gonna butcher the name, but like groups, Alluvietti is one. I think Fawn technically fits under there, but yeah, it's like a three-piece band
Hmm.
that is a guitar, drums, a vocalist, and hurdy-gurdy,
Ooh.
and a little bit of flute. It looks like,
Hmm.
but yeah, it's very like Northern European kind of style, and
Hmm.
it's a vibe. And that
Hmm.
album is like a concept album, so it just like takes a story and runs with it the entire album.
Hmm. Man, I need
I
to
recommend.
I need to track down this for. I'm gonna have to track after the stream. I'm gonna have to track down this for you, but it's. I remember I came across a TikTok of there was a person that it was uh they did like EDM, they did like a famous EDM track, but uh acoustic. So they did a yell, and they there was actually like this very so they used part of it was using a hurdy-gurdy and then like doing some weird stuff in to reproduce the sounds, and
Mhm.
then like some other like it was just a really interesting like of recreating a lot of like these sounds but just using but non-electric devices and
That sounds
the
something like
instruments.
Wintergotten would use.
Yeah, that thing. Yeah, so it kind of a little bit like that idea. Yeah. um
Okay.
I'll have to, so later on I'll have to track that down. But it was like just a specifically of like this of doing an EDM track, which is wild. um all right, so but what is your favorite game?
I have two favorites,
Mm-hmm.
and they're slightly out of left field for most people
Mm-hmm.
if they know me. Firewatch
Mm-hmm.
and What Remains of Edith Finch.
Okay.
Both of them are just walking simulators,
Right, yeah.
but I love the stories in them.
Mm.
I will say with Firewatch, that one upset me
Mm-hmm.
because I thought I was going to get into a different game based on the trailer.
Oh,
But I turned around and I still really like the game.
okay. Yeah, I mean that's cool, but you're able to like, I'm glad you were able to, then you're able to like still like I guess push yourself to still play, and then you're able to like enjoy the story so much. Because it's so do you normally like not do you like so it's like because you said that you said that it would like surprise people.
Mhm.
um is that because you typically, when you're streaming, do you typically like stay away from like games of that genre,
Uh,
or
kind of. The only reason why I say that most people wouldn't think that is because I do a lot of those are pretty low impact games,
mm-hmm,
and I do enjoy low impact games,
mm-hmm,
but they're just walking sims. There's not really much you do other than just explore the environment.
mm-hmm,
And I'm an achievement hunter,
mm,
so I like doing things within games, getting those achievements and completing the game in its entirety.
mm,
And that's something you can do in those games, but the stories really drew me in
mm,
more so than completing the game for achievements.
mm,
And then, of course, I play games like Hunt Showdown and Dead by Daylight,
mm.
which are drastically different from those two.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's always like it's fun to do like just very like different types of, very different genres and stuff like that. um I don't know, I feel like it maybe helps. I feel it kind of helps you like appreciate, you get better at appreciating different aspects of like other games that maybe aren't, I guess, that wouldn't necessarily be like the selling points that you would typically think of, like maybe as of you maybe like maybe makes I'm trying to think. So like if you're playing like some of the walking similar stuff where it's more a bit more story and exploration, it helps you pick up and appreciate like the story, and then maybe like the atmosphere or exploration elements in like games where that's normally not as primary, but they're
Mhm.
still there. um It's just you're able to like pick up more on things because you're like kind of trained. Your your focus is able to pick up on like the different more aspects of a game as more of a complete experience. You get better on that if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Um uh Great. What is what is your favorite game character though?
Oh no.
Is this oh no, I can't decide or oh no, I'm about to be found out?
It's not a oh no found out. It's just I have a hard time picking favorites just in general.
No, I
Uh
understand.
I personally enjoy the nameless character. So if I'm able to be the character in games,
Mm-hmm.
that is probably my top. But if I had to choose a character, I like tragic characters
Mm.
or problematic characters. So my choice would be James Sunderland of Silent Hill 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just a lot of different stuff and just like interest. One of those very human characters that
Hmm. Like
which
I don't mind if a character is over the top, likes
mm,
to be extra, but it's really hard to relate to
mm,
somebody that's like that.
mm-hmm.
At least for me. I'm sure there's people that can relate to the over the top,
Yeah.
super hyper over the top people, but I think of myself as a little bit more down to earth. So people that are very real,
Mm,
people that have very real problems, or in the case of James, they're not like super real, but they're real to him.
yeah. They're extremely personal.
Yeah.
Yeah, which that's it's I don't feel like there's a whole lot of characters like that, especially in terms of like larger, big name games. So it's really
Hmm.
interesting when you get those. Um Honestly, I'm kind of thinking of like I feel I feel like in the game like Red Dead Redemption 2 where
Mm.
like the protagonist Arthur, I mean there's a
Arthur
little
Morgan,
bit
yeah.
because of there's like a little, I mean, it's I guess because of the setting it's a little bit or whatever, but I mean a lot of the stuff is like very much this direct personal, just this guy
Oh yeah.
that's had a difficult life and has made, obviously bad, understandable, but bad decisions, obviously.
Mm.
Um, and then, depending on how you're going to do it, it's like you can potentially, like, the standard experience of most people of playing that game is going to be like you know, learning kind of what do with what the time you have and try to make up for it. Um, and help the people you care about.
Hmm.
And it's all like just this very much like these people that are all very immediate in proximity to him. There's not, there is this aspect of like there's all these major events and currents and stuff like that that are going on, but it always focuses back onto, here's how all this stuff is affecting, Arthur and his friends and or in his adopted family basically and how he's trying to make the best of the situation. Um So it's, but all that stuff of doing that various humans, it's very hard to do. Honestly, I feel of
Hmm.
like making just a very like, ironically, it seems to be harder to make like a very human character for a lot of folks. Seem to have trouble writing them. Um, uh, without, falling into a caricature or something overly simplistic.
Mhm.
Uh, so, uh, it's so it really is. It's really something special when you do across like stuff that's people that are able to like tell those types of stories. Because in most stuff, in most games, you are a hero. You're talking about like someone that's like a hero or facing this big threat or stuff like that. I wouldn't say like shallow, but just the very immediate, very down to earth types of stuff normally kind of gets a little bit pushed to the side. Um,
Yeah.
okay, what lore have we found out I've been working? Let's,
Vera, you already know everything about me. Josh.
yeah. Okay, we got to do an ad, but then we'll be right back. If you have any questions in chat, feel free to put those in there, and we will be right back. So, okay. All right, we are back from our ad break. Hey, welcome in, Geronimo. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Howdy.
Okay. So, and we are back to our questions. Love that cat. Aw.
Oh, I'm her problem.
Oh. All right. Your next question is, and this could be about gaming. This could be about music. This could be about anything. But what is something that is overrated, and then something that you feel is underrated?
Overrated and underrated. Oh Lord, you hit me with another hard one. I see. Oh, I'm gonna be so American. Uh, Soccer overrated, especially right now. I'm sure that's not a take people like right now, but
See, I was overrated pets, underrated, no touchy.
yeah, that's a big thing. I say no touchy the cat a lot. He said soccer too, uncultured. Shut up. Fine, football, foosball. No, it's soccer.
Just thinking to the water boy, are you playing the foosball behind my back? Foosball's the devil. Foosball's the devil. Uh, it was the real cultured movies.
Mm-hmm.
Old school Adam Sandler.
So much sass. Yeah, you know it.
Okay, but then what is something that you think is underrated then?
Something that's underrated.
Do you want to, since you said a sport is overrated, do you got an underrated sport then?
Underwater basket weaving. That is a joke.
Like, yeah,
No. Oh, I had something and I lost it. Shoot.
curling?
Oh, geez, I had something and oh no, I can't handle being on the spot.
Water polo?
Water polo. Eh, I'm not a
Dodgeball?
very big sports guy, in all honesty. So that's probably why I think soccer's overrated. Oh, I had something. Oh, country, country music, underrated.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it, depending on the
Of course,
type of
depending on
country.
region
Yes.
and country.
But I would say like my yeah. I mean, on country, my line of demarcation is basically Garth Brooks
That's fair. Kev, did you just say that?
before, or country music before Garth Brooks versus country music after Garth.
I so I've gone through a deep dive of yeah, like modern country, but old country. That
Yeah,
solid, good folky
yeah.
country. And
It's
the reason why I say it's underrated is because the only reason, the only country that actually has decent country or even has it as a genre is the States.
hmm,
So that's why it's so weird and out there when you find Japanese bluegrass.
yeah,
So that's why I say country is underrated.
yeah. Old stuff feels soulful. Yeah, I mean, it's basically because it's sort of it's a. I mean, because it's a lot of like the old musicians. They're like just. It's like they are So like as a genre, is it has its bluegrass and like country music. It has as its origin as just this music that would be, played by basically working class everyday people.
Hmm.
And so a lot of like the big musicians or whatever that got a rip, they're pretty much just they're working class people that were very good at doing the music and managed to turn a career out of it.
Hmm.
But, they like either started working class or like everyone around them is working class. So all their music is just very much like one step removed from just everyday. It's very much like grounded. What things are about are very much like in touch with either day-to-day human experience or like struggles, and especially of being basically poor and off, and a lot of and of being poor or whatever, or being just and being in
Just not
communities that
having a lot.
that don't have a
Literally, all
lot.
you have is yourself,
Yeah.
what you can carry on your back, and maybe a little family.
Yeah, so it feels like a connection with normalized people rather than something detached from or whatever. Yeah, whereas I mean a lot of like when you get more modern country, they're it's it's like they're
Modern
pops.
country can feel very
Yeah.
manufactured
Yeah, I mean a
because they're
lot.
still saying the same things, but you can a lot of the times you can tell
Yeah.
they're not living the same experience.
Yeah.
There's some that still do. There's
Yeah.
some that are legitimate and very much feel that.
Yeah.
It's just most of them.
Yeah.
It's like, well, eh,
A lot of them are in like very much like they're they're trying to LARP as 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 working class people,
yeah,
where it gets into like the "I'm one of you."
I'm one of you. Now step away from my limo.
Yes. When
Gotta get
was
back to my mansion.
like, "Sir, when was the last time you entered a Walmart?" What?
What's this? What's the last time you actually stepped in an open field?
Yes. Have you ever tended to a cow? No, the petting zoo does not count. The petting zoo in in the middle of a major city does not count.
Hmm.
These boots have never seen dirt. Yeah, I'm one of you. Let me board my private jet. Yeah,
Like I don't like that, but yeah, I would stand firm in country is underrated,
yeah,
mostly because it gets a really bad rep.
yeah. Also, it's a lot of like the varied. I mean, a lot of country music. Also, as I'm trying to tread lightly. I'm trying to tread lightly. Um, a lot of because it has its roots in very working class. It's very much tends to be very anti-establishment. I'm
Hmm.
going to use that as a broad um uh and very much in touch with the difficulties that you face as a working class person. And very much, I mean, a lot of this is sort of like a lot of the people writing the music or that's family members, they're all like one step away from guys that were part of unions that got attacked by Pinkerton agents, to
Mm,
put it bluntly.
yeah,
um Whereas I that's today, obviously, like that's you know it feels very, a lot of formula like feels very uh I feel at best modern stuff tends to be very, it tries to be neutral or try to downplay that as much as it can, if not be very firmly like kind of very format like pro establishment. I'll use that terminology because I don't
Mm,
really want to get like deep into that, but
that's
that's
fair.
that's
I
I
think
have
it kind of touches base to it feels very human,
yeah,
and I appreciate that
yeah. I
in a lot of aspects.
yeah. It's like I like a lot of like I really love like early blues music.
Mm,
Like there's a few like songs or whatever that like really got like that are just on my place of words based where it be uh the genre would be considered Delta blues. And it's once again it's this very much like it is written by that people that are, they almost certainly, if not, they're basically they're all just music made by people that were sharecroppers.
mm,
So the poorest of the poor, and you know, very much unwelcome in broader society.
yeah.
So um it is this very human music and just uh very raw, but just very beautiful in its own way. So
Hmm.
um and then I just try not to think about the one time when I worked at a college coffee shop at the college I attended years ago,
Hmm.
and I was talking with some folks in there, just while I was a shift or whatever, and it was just like about we're talking about like I think basically like sad music or like some like music that would somewhat have referred to that would be like sad music or stuff like that, and the topic of blues came up. And then there's this one lady, she was like in her 50s or whatever at the time, but she just is one of those like nice lady, bless her heart. Sorry, my southern is showing. I'm doing the bless your
Oh,
I'm
bless
doing
you, hot darling.
the you mean well, but man, are you are
Hmm.
not the sharpest bulb. She said, "Oh, I like country, you know, just not just as long as it's not sad." Which was one of those moments of what?
Most of it is.
It's like there's happy blues music. None of us said that. Just me and everyone at the table just kind of like took that comment in and just all internally all of us internally were I'm sure going through the same thought of what?
You didn't just say that, right?
What?
Second question. You didn't mean that, right?
Yeah. It's like what what does getting the what do you think getting the blues means? Oh gosh. Being in the South, hearing bless your heart makes me sweat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh
At least underrated. That's my solid answer. Is
yeah.
country music.
Okay. What is your favorite word? And I should say non-curse word.
Cattywampus.
Cattywampus. I feel I've heard that word, and it's been a long time since I've heard it, but I feel I've heard that word.
It's a solid word, and most people don't believe me when I say it's a legitimate word. It's in the dictionaries.
Like,
Essentially, it's something that's slightly offset.
Okay, cattywampus all also okay is colloquial American English term meaning crooked, askew, or out of alignment.
Yep. And I use it in daily language every so often, and people look at me weird. It's like, no, it's a real word. You just don't understand.
Yes, luck is screaming for you. You wait,
Wait,
screaming
for
for who?
me? I am also very cattywampus.
I am pretty cattywampus myself. I'll
But
have
yeah,
to remember
I'd
that
have to
though.
say that's my favorite word.
But yeah, I feel I've heard that before. It just like would be forever, and then I've just not
It is
didn't
by
know
no
the
means a
meaning.
common word.
Uh, okay. What is your least favorite word?
Um,
Lockhart's fave word too, and as soon as Kevin said it, he screamed, "Oh, okay."
hey, cat brother. You
Cattywomp,
understand?
cattywampus ally.
Oh, least favorite word. Yeah, there's not too many words that are like off limits. There's sounds, but not words. Oh no. I felt like I was prepared for this question. I heard you say it in so many interviews. I just didn't think of it. Shoot. Rural.
Rural.
Rural. Or any word that is just like mildly inconvenient to say.
Okay.
But rural is the first one that came to mind because you can't say it normal.
Yeah, it is a little bit rural. I imagine that probably throws off a lot of people
Oh, if
learning
you're speaking
English.
to anybody that's not English
Yeah.
first language, they're not going to understand you. You're just making a noise. You're going rural.
Rural. Rural.
Rural.
Rural. Virgil, what's a word you hate? Upchuck.
What's up, Chuck?
No, it would be a slang term for vomiting.
Yeah, that's a also a valid one.
Just because it's the way it's pronounced and kind of said somewhat feels somewhat descriptive, as feels similar to the act itself a little bit. Whereas some of the others are a bit more clinical or more neutral. They're just descriptive. They don't you don't feel like you're experiencing the act again. So
Mm-hmm. Because yeah, you got throw up, you got vomit. I'm trying to think of other ones, but yeah, I can understand that one being
that's a valid word. Yeah,
universally unliked.
yeah. Thankfully, I don't hear much because it's very. It's. I feel it's somewhat older slang, so I don't hear it a lot. I hate the word kumquat. I thought you liked the word kumquat, or am I
Now,
misremembering?
kiddo, I watched your interview. I feel like that was the word you liked.
Yeah, I remember. I
Do
thought it
you
was
hate it
like
now?
after the interview, like you had a bad experience with a kumquat, and now you're like, I hate kumquats.
I remember you saying the word. I don't know if it was for like or dislike, but
Yeah. No, I've had
Oh no, it's bringing up trauma.
a bad experience. Oh, okay. I'm sorry you.
Oh,
I'm
well,
I'm sorry you had a bad I'm sorry you had a bad kumquat experience.
so it's not the fruit that's the problem. Got
Oh,
it.
the
The
fruit
fruit
was.
was innocent.
Oh, okay.
The autocorrect was not. I'm sorry, that's funny.
Wait. So the autocorrect. Wait, hold on. I'm having a moment. I'm having a Forrest Gump moment. So wait a minute. Was it
It's not exactly like the worst thing to say, but it's not something I'd be willing to say.
So wait, did the word kumquat that it got auto-corrected to something else at some point, and then now you hate the word? Am I understanding?
We're dissecting the trauma. Squat, I knew it. I knew it.
That's okay. So the fruit was a lot.
I hate that I figured it out when you said autocorrect. Oh no.
Okay, you may have to message it to me, Kevin, so I can figure it, because I'm kind of stupid. Okay, all right. I was starting to wonder. Okay, so yeah, okay. I'm on the of. I'm
You're in
so,
the know.
I'm sorry that
It's not a terrible thing to say,
I'm
but let's not say it.
I'm sorry that the discourse. I'm
I was on it. I know exactly what happened, kiddo. I'm sorry.
I did start to suspect. So wait a minute. Does that mean okay? I need someone to confirm. Okay. I'm sorry. Autocorrect ruined that word for you. I'm sure there's other people that have endured similar things.
You're gonna forget about that message.
I think I
Why did
accidentally.
Kevin send that to me?
Tell me why my head snapped up at the Discord. Also, I'm sorry if that accidentally if the meme I was doing accidentally played from earlier. I accidentally clicked on it, and it was quite loud. It may have showed up in the VC. I'm sorry. I may have woken everyone up. Everyone was like, "No, the AS," because I've been told I'm rather calming, and you have a very like, deep kind of nice ASMR voice. So that we probably woke up some people.
That's fine. I've had people tell me that they've fallen asleep during like my horror games. So even if you did wake them up, they might be used to it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna delete that meme so I don't accidentally click on it while streaming. So I don't
And Vera, it's because you've been Pavloved.
yeah. I know one time Geronimo like fell asleep. Apparently she fell asleep listening to one of my streams, and it was like, what was it? I think she had like a heating blanket or some sort of heating thing because she was, or no, wait. it meant she fell asleep in like a weird angle, so that gave her like back or whatever problems. And then she tried to like use a heating thing to like
Mm.
and then she like gave herself a bird or thing.
Oh no.
So I inadvertently gave Geronimo a burn because my voice is too soothing. If I'm remembering this incident correctly, she may
No.
be going like, Virgil, what the hell are you talking about? Uh, yeah, I slept down, then I slept with the ice pack and got free. Okay,
Oh,
it wasn't.
no.
It was different type of. It was the cold burn, not the okay.
It was still a burn.
Okay, where's my list of questions? All right. So now you can say what is your favorite curse word? I like that you censored yourself.
uh, I mean, my go-to is fuck.
Hmm.
So I'll say that's my favorite.
Uh, yeah, I would. Yeah, I would. I think I'm gonna have to say with bitch. Um, I feel like I might have. Although I feel like the if I was a different kind of English as a first language speaker, I would probably go with the C word. But
Oh, 100%. I
as I
would probably as well. If I was Aussie, that would be dropped every other word. But since I'm not, I personally don't like that word as much.
it's like I'm American, I can't use that word a whole lot yet. I should message like some of the Canadians I'm friends with, ask them, hey, can y'all get away with the C word, or is it like a gray area with y'all still?
I think it's very region based.
Yeah.
So anything Oceania, then you got a little bit of European, but beyond that, yeah, maybe like Northern Asia. So like Russia, like Slovakia, anything like super Slavic, you could probably get away with it too.
Hmm. The Canadian
But
I talked
anywhere
to
else,
doesn't.
it's a problem.
The Canadians are too polite to, but
No, they're polite to your face.
oh yeah, that's right. Uh, like Australia, yeah. I've 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 us I interviewed a Aussie not that long ago, and they didn't
I
say
can
it on
imagine that has
stream.
been interesting.
Yeah, they didn't say it on stream because I like think they're like mindful of that. But
Hmm.
well, when I specifically let them that they could use that and use like specific examples, then they said the thing. But because I basically gave them, permission and explanations of that,
Yeah.
on like, how would you use this word? Oh, okay. That is, um,
How would you use this word? Every chance I get.
if I was using it affectionately, I would say. If I was using it more though as an insult, then I would say,
If I was
oh,
calling
okay.
over the bros, I'd say this. If I was calling my mom, I'd say this way.
Basically. Uh, I just realized I'm a sea cucumber, I think.
Yes, you are.
Well, are are you on the ocean floor? Then you might be a sea cucumber. Did I just stumble into a Jeff Foxworthy type setup of you might be a sea cucumber if? I think I did.
Uh,
Are you vaguely phallic shaped? Then you might be a sea cucumber.
there you go.
Do you do you what is it? Am I remembering animals right? Do you fight with potential do you engage in an anatomical fencing matches to determine who will be the pitcher in relationships? Then you might be a sea cucumber.
You might be a sea cucumber. Sea cucumber.
Sea sea bunnies are yeah,
Yeah, they
little sea
are.
buddies, they are very cute. Um okay, so what profession other than your own would you like to attempt?
Voice acting,
Hmm. Yeah,
which
I
is something that would be very plausible, I would think, but
yeah.
it is a very, very, very oversaturated market.
Oh yeah.
But that is something that I would like to attempt
Hmm.
and have talked about in the past. I personally think I'd fit better with like narration or audiobooks, but that is a whole lot more difficult, at
Hmm.
least personally. I do stumble over the words, and when you're reading a book constantly, eh,
Yeah, I've like because I'll like I do readings on my channel, so it can so it that sometimes can get although I guess I will say I will occasionally like stumble over words. I feel, but maybe not necessarily as much as just when I'm randomly speaking. I feel maybe because I kind of know what it's thing, unless it's like a specific occasional word that just is like difficult to say, or for whatever reason. Um,
mhm.
so I when I've like read through books, I feel it's more of a stamina thing than 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 anything.
Yeah, I can definitely see that
So,
because I used to read on like stream and that kind of stuff
mm,
as well. I even have like a dedicated YouTube channel
ooh,
where I
nice.
read uh, like old folk tales and that kind of stuff.
Mm,
And that was it was grueling, honestly,
mm,
because I did not have the stamina built up for it. And to practice that stamina, you would just have to keep going.
mm,
And at the rate I was trying to keep on going, I was probably doing more harm than
mm,
good. So I kind of put that on the back burner.
yeah,
But when it comes to like voice acting, I feel like that'd be a little bit easier to do as long as it's not yelling.
yeah.
If I yell, I'm done. I'm gone for the rest of the day.
Mm. I don't. You might look into. I like visual novels can be fun. Just because it's like then you do get to do like experiment with like different voices.
Mhm.
You know, um, since there's so much text and then you're getting experience different voices, so those can be fun. Also, those are a lot easier as far as like with the uploads of keeping those around without having to worry about copyright.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, we were in a very deep conversation on my stream for
yeah.
like a serious 40, maybe even 50 minutes of just copyright.
Yeah. I thankfully I don't the strikes expired on my channel, on my YouTube channel, but I had for a few months, or let's say I used to have um a lot more readings on my YouTube.
Hmm.
Um so like all the Lord of the Rings, and then like,
Oh yeah, that would hit you hard.
yeah, and then, well, it was the thing it hit was was like the Dune books. I got
Yeah.
I got two strikes against me from the fourth Dune book, which is a weird one to get hit with, but
About what time did you upload those? Because it might have been more sensitive when the Dune movies were like
yeah, I was thinking
really in
about, because
production.
it would have been because I guess, yeah, it would have been closer maybe to when like the second one was coming out, so that might have been that was probably part of it. Maybe the auto checkers were being it, but yeah. So once that happened, it was just sort of like, okay, yeah, all this stuff that is not public domain or visual novels is going, unfortunately. So,
Hmm.
um,
That is not a law set that I want to mess with.
yeah, it's one of in my case, it wouldn't be like a lawsuit. It would just be like, it's like, well, there goes my YouTube channel.
Hmm.
Because, like I said, it's so. Thankfully, the strikes, the strikes, like they got a thing now to where it's like, if you get a strike, you basically go through if you go through the little educational thing, and then 90 days, if you're not a naughty boy, they will be like, okay, we will no longer count this against you. Um, so I made it through that time. So, uh, which so I'm much more careful and selective about reading stuff. Like I
Hmm.
was on Tuesday, I did a reading of like Shadow over Innsmouth. So, but I was like made sure, because that's one of the ones that's in like public domain.
Uh,
Like I
was
don't.
that before 1926?
Uh, it's not, but the copyright was never renewed. I think it was like because it was like under the old rules. I specifically like most of,
Anything Lovecraft, I'm scared of,
yeah,
if I'm going to be completely honest,
yeah.
because of how mired it is. But
Yeah, because it's a very like, most of just the works themselves, most of his just writings themselves are public domain. Uh, if I'm recovering, it's one of those like you'd have to like, you want to double check specifically, is this writing public domain or not?
mhm,
Um, which I did with Shadow over Innsmouth. I was specifically like, hey, is this public domain or not? And then where everyone was like, no, yeah, this is public domain. You're good. Okay.
at least should be.
Yeah.
But I know it's at
There's
least specifically with Lovecraft, and this was like the example I brought up on my stream. Uh, there's like three different groups that are trying to claim rights over the IP, like anything Lovecraft.
hmm
So with that brings in not just copyright law, but intellectual property law.
hmm
So it gets way more convoluted. So I never really did anything
yeah,
uh,
which is fair. I think,
early or later than 1920.
yeah. I think specifically, I think it's some of like the I think the problematic stuff is like stuff that was either first published by this one publishing company that like got the rights to his stuff later, um and then uh like stuff that was unpublished until they published it, and then like some specific terms are copyright, but stuff that was once again kind of came more like later.
Hmm.
So it's why, but a lot of like this stuff is public domain because it's sort of like the idea of Cthulhu. How many things have used the term Cthulhu? Just
The idea of Cthulhu is actually encouraged to be
yeah,
used because it's supposed to be an open
yeah,
uh, universe or concept, while the art or the works themselves,
yeah,
specifically anything Lovecraft wrote, that would be copyright.
mm,
So you can use the ideas and any character within them. It's just the actual work itself.
yeah,
That's where the problem lies.
yeah. So it's one of those. I may do some stuff in the future, but but obviously I'm gonna be checking like specifically with each work. Is this one in public domain? If it says yes, then okay. If it says no, then um,
Steer clear for a few years.
yeah, because the stuff that's published by the guy that's been dead since what, the 40s? When did
I think he died like 47. I think
okay,
that's what I was told.
yeah, the guy that died, you know,
Almost 80 years ago at this
yeah,
point.
his stuff is still somehow copyrighted. I love the American copyright system.
It's not much better than British, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I know it's not a whole lot better, but it's like I think I feel at least on like the time limit. I think things have less. I remember I was looking into like the copyright of like Chronicles of Narnia. I was
Mm.
because I was like, these would be public domain, but I'm wondering just like what is the status? Well, because it was it's like it's published elsewhere. I wonder if that makes a difference. And it was like you know, it's still got a ways away for like the UK and then Canada, but it's like something like 2040 or something crazy for like the US for it to be considered public domain, which is absolutely insane.
Hmm.
Lewis's kids are like old geezers now. It's like, bro, I or like all of yeah, I'm pretty insistent on this point where it's just like it should just be 25 years and then
I mean, that would be nice,
yeah,
but that's just not how it is.
yeah.
The
Thank
general rule of thumb I've created was if it's over 100 years old, it's pretty safe.
yeah,
If it's under that, double check everything
yeah,
because the initial one I think is 25,
yeah,
but then you can renew it another 3 times.
yeah,
And technically, it's supposed to be 98 for the States or 96, something like that.
yeah. It's like yeah. Once of those like specifically, thank you very much, Disney Corporation, for your contributions to intellectual property law. It's appreciated.
I love it.
Yeah. It's like, man, before Disney, our copyright laws was honestly pretty because it literally like the first form I think was like 25 or 35 years and then public domain.
Mhm.
Which honestly like when you think about it, if someone's not able to monetize their stuff within that time frame, I mean realistically they're not going to really.
Mhm.
It's super unlikely by that point because there's a good chance you may well be dead or you know just crazy things happen, but it's unlikely your stuff is going to get and at the 11th hour, like in 26, 1 year after the copyright expires, under that, your stuff somehow hits it big or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's crazy to think about all the stuff that would be like public domain now under like the initial rule set.
I want to recreate Jaws.
Yeah. It's like, well, like Star Wars would all be public domain. Is because it would be like, once again, after 25 years, Star Wars came out. The first one came out 79. They
If it's 25 years, even episode 1, because I think that was like 2001, isn't it?
Well, no, I was what's because there were the first as far as actual release. A New Hope would be the first Star
Episode 4.
Wars as an
Yeah.
IP. That came out 79. So basically in the mid late 2000s, then that would have been public domain. Which is which is crazy to think about, like the just all the interesting stuff people could have just done with it. Because I mean, part of like the reason of sort of like of why copyright stuff expires is so people can use ideas and concepts in their own work. So which is, yeah. I am only one step away from like a rant about Disney copyright law, so I'm gonna stop there.
Fair enough.
About hypocrisy about Walt Disney and them getting their start just by making things of old fairy tales that were public domain.
Mm.
Oh my gosh, though, actually, okay, this one bit, just because it's funny. Oh geez, it's been a while. I think they tried to like copyright what was it? They tried to copyright, I think, the name Princess Aurora of from like Sleeping Beauty, like the name and stuff like that. Which is, if I remember right, which once again,
that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, which is once again is hilarious, because it's the piece of music that everyone like knows from ba da 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 da. That melody is not by Disney. It's from Tchaikovsky, from his ballet Sleeping Beauty. And they took that.
The irony.
Yeah. And comparatively to when Sleeping Beauty, the animation, came out, to when Tchaikovsky died, I think we're talking about 50 years. So under the law, under like if they were going by their what they eventually made the laws are, they would have been violating copyright. Tchaikovsky's Once Upon a, yeah. So that melody, they turned it into that song, but the melody is straight from Tchaikovsky. Also, it's funny because it's from a random it's from just kind of this random bit that like is this dancing piece that some flower girls dance to in the ballet. It's not actually like, it's not a main theme or anything like that.
Huh. Well, I didn't know that.
Hold on, I need to find out when was Sleeping Beauty ballet. Also, while I'm looking this up, if you had $100 million to make a movie, what would it be?
Oh, something horrendous, probably. $100 million to make a movie. What would it be? Oh, I'm not creative enough for that. Because my first thought was, okay, I have $100 million. What could I possibly do with $100 million? Well, I could maximize the use of the money. So, single room movie. Okay, well, what can we do with a single room movie? Well, we should definitely not recreate Saw. But I love the concept of single room movies. Like the entire thing happens just in one spot.
Oh, I think the term for that is like a bottleneck, where it's like you have
That sounds right, but I don't know.
where it's like you have a group of people that they for whatever reason they have to like maintain stay in like this one room.
Mhm.
So like 12 Angry Men would be considered a bottleneck because it's all these jurors, and that the whole movie takes place during them deliberating in the jury room.
Hmm.
So that would be like a bottleneck.
Another one I'd semi consider would be Doctor Love Strange, if you've seen that one,
Oh, do you mean
or How
Strange?
I've Come to Love
Oh,
the
Doctor Strangelove.
Strange Love. Yeah, I said Love Strange, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
Doctor Strange Love, or
That's
How
the
I.
that's the version for dyslexics.
Yep, we say all of our words backwards.
Uh, uh,
But yeah, like that kind of
uh
concept.
I'll tell you that it takes place like in different spots. So
It does, but most of it's in the war room.
yeah, or it goes back and forth between like just a few rooms.
Yeah,
Uh,
I feel like it'd be interesting to make something out of that
hmm,
with incredibly limited, so I could maximize equipment because that's where my brain goes.
hmm. Also, I looked up. So Sleeping Beauty, um, it was written in 1889, and then it was premiered in 1890. So we will give Disney the benefit of the doubt and say 1889. And then uh the film, the Disney adaptation,
That came out in the either late 30s or 40s, wasn't it? No, it could have been 50s.
1959.
Okay,
So
you got
uh
60 years,
yeah.
or
So
no, 70. That's 70 years.
yeah. So but that would still, under the rules that eventually Disney would make, that would mean they would be in violation of copyright.
But it's my thing.
Especially for that for the use of the that piece of music.
Mhm.
So take that information what you will, chat. Also, I thought it was okay. That was later than I forgot. Man, Tchaikovsky was more recent than I thought. I
Yeah,
forget he's one of
you
those.
hear these very popular or famous composers, and you think, wow, they're ancient. Nope. My favorite is Pablo Picasso. I know he's not a composer, but he's an artist.
Hmm.
It's like dude was walking around in the 80s.
Yeah, it's crazy. Also, the David Bowie song Picasso is kicks ass.
Hmm.
If you haven't listened to it, you should. Recommend.
I'm gonna put it on my queue right now.
It has a very avant-garde kind of vibe to it, which is very on, which is right for a Pablo Picasso song. So Oh, we got an ad break. I'm gonna do that, and then we'll be right back.
All right.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, we are back.
Where?
On it. Right. I am back. I am. Hilarious. I had to use the little kobold's room because drinking a over the course of doing this interview, I've had over, I believe, a quart of cold oolong tea.
Ooh.
I ran out of. I've been cold brewing stuff since it's been hot, so
Hmm.
I finished off the jug of oolong that I had, and now I have barley tea, so it's okay.
Hey, more tea, let's go.
Huh?
More tea, let's go.
Yeah. Well, it's not tea technically. It would just be. It would technically be in. What is it? I think the term is herbal tisane, something. Since
Was
it's
it
not
TSING?
TS. No, it's like TISANE. I think something like that. But it's like because for since herbal teas they don't really contain tea in them of like the tea plant. So,
Hmm.
but common parlance refers to it as like a tea as far as to like steeped plant matter.
Gotcha. Okay.
So
Also, it's a French word, so I wouldn't be able to pronounce that myself
yeah,
anyways.
yeah, I can't forgive the French language.
Okay, we can agree on that.
Listen, I'm pretty sure I've mentioned this before, but by rate of my my case in point is the the French word for bird, how it is spelled and then how it is pronounced is absolutely bizarre. And
Yeah.
if y'all have ever wondered why English is weird, because it was influenced by the French in, you know, the middle.
Oh, I forgot it was that bad. I
Yeah,
just looked it up.
yeah. It's it genuinely frustrates me.
Hey, we need to use every vowel.
Yeah,
Are we going to use many consonants? No. One. But
yeah.
wire.
It it
In the middle, at least.
it it has all the vowels basically, and it sounds like and it's spelled like something that should be pronounced like usu or sui or something like that. No, it's pronounced wazoo.
That's how you spell wazoo. Oh, no.
It's
All right. I'm tearing down the French.
yeah. It is. It is. It's why. So yeah, if if you read something like if you were to read something like Canterbury Tales, which is
Mhm.
Middle English, which is where it's still like a lighter influence of French, it's really it's basically it's interesting just to hear someone like read it because it's basically if English was a language that just as that if it was just phonetic, um if it was completely phonetic, as the words are written, that is how you pronounce them. That is that is what like Middle English is.
Mm-mm.
Um So from what I've heard, like students that like are ESL in like other European languages are better at understanding, like hearing like someone read um like something like Canterbury Tales or whatever. They'll understand that a lot more than like modern English. Um
which is
so
wild, but it makes sense.
yeah, because then it's more that's what English is more, it's more Germanic, so it has more it's because it's basic. Modern English is very much like it's a combination of Germanic and you know Romance language, specifically like through French.
Mhm.
So uh which is, yeah, why it's weird. Because
My
French
favorite
is,
explanation of English is it's three languages in a trench coat trying to be one.
yeah, it's one of those, like, I like English as a language because there's just so much weird crap you can do with it. um
Yeah.
like and it's really one of those languages that it's like, in schools they like to kind of like pretend there's rules. They like try to gaslight you that the English language has rules. It really doesn't. It's
Buffalo, 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 buffalo. I
yeah,
sorry, I saw Hale's
yeah,
sentence.
exactly. Yeah, like the buffaloes. Yeah, where it is the real rule is, are you able to make yourself understood to another English speaker? Um, which honest, that's other than that, pretty much you can kind of do whatever you want, really, fundamentally.
Hmm.
Um, uh, and you know, if you if you have have a degree or something like that, or come from a certain social class, then then you can just say what you're doing is cultured and fancy. If you're anything else, then you're just
Weird.
stupid and poor. Uh, so, uh, but yeah, it's definitely a language that it's like, if it is, yeah, the trying to learn it in a formal sense is by someone. I imagine like the people who are best at languages have to like do it like by immersion. Like all the people online that just learned English literally by like watching Minecraft YouTubers or like
Hmm.
Markiplier.
They have the best shot out
Yeah,
of learning English.
because you're just hearing it how it's used, which honestly, like any language, just doing it by immersion. But I feel like especially with like trying to learn English via like textbook, with
That's
with its
sounds
many
horrendous.
quote rules. Uh anyway, but hey, welcome in, Crystaluda.
Aha.
I feel like I may have to like the Australian YouTuber that I did this interview with. I may have to ask them about some of this stuff, because their 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 primary gig, say, is like biology, but like they had a secondary, but their like second interest was um in linguistics. So
Oh, okay. That's an
yeah,
interesting combination.
the Australia yeah, the Australian, which Serica Streams is her name. This they yeah, IRL, they're working on a PhD in biology, like with genetics and stuff, but they have also have like college level work in like linguistics.
Hmm.
So also, why did Twitch chat? Why did you? I'm trying to figure out why it. Oh, okay. It did like a hyperlink on like the hello that Steluda does. I guess it's because there's like the three W's.
Maybe.
I'm trying to figure that
I
out.
posted links in chat, Krista Luna.
Or wait,
Why
are
are
we
you
still?
trying to send us weird places?
Well, oh, wait. It's okay. It's only doing that on like my end from one of the software things I use. It's
Ah,
not doing actual Twitch. Okay, you're safe. I'm trying to hack people.
I'll do better.
Click
I'm
it.
trying, but there's no hyperlink for me.
Yeah, the
Oh, there's
regular
one.
chat is not doing it. Okay. It's just on my end because of software. Because I use since I multi-stream a lot,
Hmm.
I have like a special chat plugin thing.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
So, but if I click it,
Well, the interview's over. We don't know where he went.
it takes me to nowhere.
Oh, good to know.
It just takes me to a page that just says like from the chat log, and then just it's just a blank. So,
I approve.
but yes, Krista Luna was on this year. In when were you on?
Oh, I must have missed that one.
I forgot. You were on, but it was fun. I remember. April, I think. Okay, yeah, that sounds about right. Because it was like later spring. It was not yet swamp ass weather.
It's too real. I
Uh
don't got AC in my car, so that is just like peak.
oh gosh. What region are you vaguely in?
I'm in Colorado.
Okay.
I'm comfortable saying that.
Okay.
But this past week, it's been like hitting
Oh yeah.
upper 90s, hundreds. Granted, I'm in a region that isn't like super humid, but it's
Mhm.
still rough, especially if there's no like breeze.
Oh yeah. Cause yeah, normally y'all have, it's because of like elevation, it's cooler.
It's supposed to be, but
Yeah.
it's dry heat. It is a dry heat, but it still sucks for me.
Yeah. Especially if there's no AC in the car. Good grief.
Yeah, driving 30 minutes is. I've made decisions to stay at work
Yeah.
for 12 hours just because I don't want to drive home in the middle of the day.
Hmm. Yeah, man, I got to go to Colorado a couple times as a kid. It was so pretty.
Oh, it's beautiful, especially if you go up to the mountains.
Yeah. Yeah, like I love forested mountains. It's like catnip for me. I'm like whereas I live in North Texas and like the
Hmm.
the Dallas DFW area, so which is just concrete and flat and well, there are some lake and there are actually well there is like some trees because it's like getting closer to like East Texas, which has a lot of
Like
forested
East
areas and
Texas is like
trees.
the greener area, isn't it?
Yeah, East Texas has a lot of like forests and stuff like that. um yeah, it's like Texas east part has a lot of forests. um and also a lot of hills. Not like
Mm,
mountains, just kind of hilly, uneven, with lots of tall trees and stuff like that. So it which looks nice. Um, it's still hot as balls, but
hmm I believe it.
there's at least shade. Um, whereas in the north you do have like some canyons and stuff like that, which is neat. You know, in the west part you're starting to get like into American Southwest looking pretty rocks and sand and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then you do have the coast area, which is like it's a coast. Ocean's cool, beaches are nice. They're not they're not very good beaches, but they're beaches. it
They
that
ain't great, but
that
they are ours.
yes. It really is. It's like it's a beach that's closest to us, okay? It's like
I'm landlocked. I understand.
yeah, it's like the the water's brown, but
It's a little cooler than, the air.
yeah. It's also still kind of warm, but
It's better than just
yeah,
lying out in the sand.
yeah. Uh yeah, but then there's the middle part of Texas, which is just Oklahoma. There's nothing there. There's just
It's just Oklahoma. It's just okay.
there's flat there's it's just flat and with some sad shrubs occasionally. That's what the middle of Texas just goes on. You could remove this entire square in the middle of Texas and nothing would be lost. There
Yeah,
is
that's valid.
uh it is yeah. Between like pretty much once you go from Dallas to once you start getting into like far west Texas with southwest looking stuff, there's just nothing there. Uh I've made that trip, okay? That is why I'm passionate. That's why I'm crashing out. There is nothing.
Oh, look, there's land. 2 hours later. Oh, look, there's land.
It's like there's a shrub. There's a shrub. Dry shrub. Drier shrub. Bad grass.
That grass has been listening to the blues.
Yeah.
It's bluegrass.
But up. Okay, so next. Um okay. Who is your waifu and or husbando?
I don't really think in that terminology. Like, I don't really have one. It's okay to say me, I get it.
Aww.
uh, but no, I don't really look at characters or even people that
Hmm.
are. I don't really see people that way.
Hmm.
Chronically single kind of mentality,
Hmm.
which I'm perfectly okay with. I know a lot of people aren't, but I'm okay with it. So probably not the answer you're looking for, but I legitimately don't have anybody I can think of.
No, that's fine. Not everyone's gonna have an answer for this one, so it's fine. It's one of those. If people have an answer, it's kind of fun. It's more of a fun question than some deep whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally get it. Like you look at the VTuber community and it's like, well, half of them like Leon Kennedy. The other half, Oh, geez, I wouldn't even know. But you,
There,
there's a type. There's a type.
then there's me with. Did you ever play Final Fantasy 9?
I did not.
Oh yeah. There's there's this rodent lady character called Freya.
Okay.
She's like a lancer character.
Hmm.
Hold on. She's like really cool. She's got a pole arm and a neat hat. Hold on.
Final Fantasy Frey. Oh, I've seen that character before. Okay, I know who you're talking
Yeah.
about. Okay. Oh, I had a friend that played this, and I remember that character. Somewhat tragic character, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Yeah, she's trying to that kind of tragic. So yeah, but she's a really cool character just in general. Um
Ooh,
and then I love Final Fantasy 9. It's like my favorite of the Final Fantasies that I played. So,
I've. It's either 7, 9, or 11, typically. Actually, no, 10. 10 gets a lot of love.
yeah, Tinder Rush. I did 11. I went through 11 not that long ago. Or excuse me, not 11, 10. I had fun with that one.
Hmm. But yeah, I've never played any of the Final Fantasies, but I've only ever heard the good things about it,
Mm,
and I've seen gameplay. Like, of course, Final Fantasy 14,
yeah.
which is drastically different from the rest. But I've seen a lot of like the 7 remake,
Mm,
and they all seem like really good games. It's just not games I'd be able to get into myself.
mm. Yeah, I mean, especially like with the classic ones, it really is going to be like just how if if did how one's feelings towards like a JRPG is.
Hmm.
So if if you potentially so if someone wanted to try a classic JRPG type game, especially in the Final Fantasy, I would recommend 9, in a heartbeat, if you don't mind, PS1 graphics, but
I think that'd be a good starting place.
yeah, it's
9, or if you wanted to go classic, 7. But you do have the option of going to the remake.
mm,
Though I don't know if it's fully out. I know they were doing like episodic, but I don't know if it's fully out.
yeah. I think it's like 2/3 of the way. I think there's like maybe like one more part that has to be introduced, but I could totally be wrong on that. It, um, but yeah, and then my other my other waifu, which is kind of weird, is did it's a Made in the Abyss character. Which hold on, it's the character Ozen, so it's like it's so it's actually she's an old lady if anything. So
Okay.
I know everyone has a Made in the Abyss. What? No. Okay, no.
Yeah, it's just like
It's immediately,
okay.
do I need to back out of this? No, wait. No. Let me out. Hear me out. No. I know I'm a streamer, but it's actually the opposite. Well,
Okay, you're in the clear, but I'm keeping an eye on you.
it's the character that I think is like canonically what 70 or something like that, I think, in like when she the time when you're like meeting her. So
Okay. I can understand the appeal.
mm, it goes into like tall
You like tall.
tall lady that's kind of I'm trying to think. I'm trying not to just go like,
You don't want to be a wooga honk honk.
well, I was trying not to use just the word like dom energy or
Ah,
whatever, because it's more, I guess, in more of like the cool, I guess, in more of like the calmer way or whatever.
like
So
you could use confident.
yeah, well, I guess it would be more like dominant energy, not dommy energy, I guess would be the.
Yeah, fair.
So I mean, she's referred to in the game as, or not in the game, in the as Ozen the Immovable. So
Hmm. I really want to watch Made in Abyss,
it
but I
is.
don't have any like streaming platforms.
I have one. It's called a VPN.
Okay, yeah, that's valid.
And I don't mean I use I don't mean that I do the region flipping thing with Netflix and stuff.
Hmm,
Ahem. I'm gonna leave it at that.
fair.
On the
Yeah, I wouldn't
grounds
go any
I
further
may
than that.
on the grounds I may incriminate myself. I plead the fifth. Um, but yeah, it's mating the best is it's especially on like the manga. It's like it's on my list of like things I love, but I can't recommend this to people.
I mean,
It's
you could be like my friend.
oh yeah, and just like
And
make
it's just like,
that's
you know what? You want trauma? Here you go. Made in Abyss. Hey, you want trauma? Elfen lead.
yeah. So yeah, it does have a some of the things or whatever for like similar reasons is kind of like elfin lead or kind of for similar reasons why I kind of like not sure I can recommend this of someone.
Hmm.
Yeah. My other big series that I like, I love this, but I cannot recommend this to people is Berserk.
Mm. Yeah, that
Uh,
one's pretty. I
yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
you read the first page and you're already in it. So,
You're like, "Oh damn. Okay." Um First volume has what? Yep, and it all goes down from there. Okay. It's like
you mean it goes down?
it's like this
There's
story
no
is
upswing?
this story is great, but good grief, man. There's like I hope the guy's okay, but there is like you could find like the social of like on like the shorts of like this old guy who's like he never had read manga before, so he's like it's just sort of like as a late in life, you know what, I'm gonna do this try this thing out
Mm,
and see what is it whatever, and like so he chose Berserk, and he 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 would give like updates with like apparently like each section going with like each volume,
mm.
and
I think I've seen
yeah,
like the TikTok of it. It's like
yeah.
he started it. I saw the very first one.
Yeah, where he's like, he's liking this, this series is great, it's such like, it's mature, but it's like such a good story. And then it comes into like the end of the Golden Arc gyms, and then it's just like it is the moment everyone was like knowing, oh no, this is coming. This poor
Hmm.
man. And you just like chew on this guy of just like the I've seen some stuff. The it's like, oh, you poor man. We know.
We've all been there. We
Oh,
know.
Of course, now I'm thinking of the TikTok I came across a while back of just like of the person that's like the two times of people like when you're like mentioned you like Berserk, there's like the or whatever like the I don't get this. This is like that's just terrible. That's just yada yada yada. And it's like how could you like this something like that? And then it's like
Mm,
goes to the worst person when you talk to when it's like this person it's oh yeah and then they like it way too much and for all the wrong reasons and you're like
mm.
ew bro.
Yeah, I
Get
really like that part when they and
the
and it's about
effective yeah that's like you get away from me get leave go away. This is why we can't have nice things and why why we
where's your
need
prison cell and how'd you get out of it?
yeah and this is why we continue to have conversations about the necessity of media literacy my guy.
Hmm.
Okay. Uh, okay. Um, so what inspired you to get into streaming?
I did always look up to the early YouTubers. They always fascinated me.
Hmm.
And I thought, I would like to do that. But initially, I was too scared to do that.
Hmm.
So I waited a long, long time. Fast forward a few years, I found a friend group on Twitch,
Mm-hmm.
and they kind of encouraged me to just go for it. It's like, okay, well, I'll do one or two here and there.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, those ones, I had to stop because the internet quality was horrendous. I didn't even have two upload. I had like 10 download, two upload, which would not sustain a stream
Hmm.
unless you're watching in 160p, which was the unfortunate thing that I realized stream in. And I was like, well, I'm going to wait. But the initial was like OG YouTubers.
Hmm.
And then some friends along the way kind of encouraged it a little bit more. And then I just, once COVID hit in 2020,
Hmm.
I, in September, I just went, whatever, I'll do it. And just decided I'm going to keep on a consistent schedule. And the 7th of September in 2020 was my first stream.
Hmm.
And I just kept on going.
Hmm. And then why VTubing specifically?
I don't like the way I look.
Hmm.
Never have. It's always just been to me.
Mm-hmm.
But I also knew that it's much easier to relate to a face than a voice.
Right.
So I never really looked at it as going into VTubing. I just wanted a face to represent me.
Right.
My initial idea was I wanted to be a blue Russian cat.
Oh.
Wanted just that face, but a little bit of a sad side story. The cat I currently use is based on a real life cat
Hmm.
that my family had that actually passed away like days after I commissioned emotes.
Oh.
And we knew this cat was going to pass away. He was on the decline. He wasn't doing all that hot. So
Mm-hmm.
it was like, you know what? I want something to remember him by. So I got some emotes of him. And then I just decided, you know what? I'm going to keep him alive in one way. So I started using his face. So I became Spooky Cat Kevin. I became this cat
Aw.
and have not looked back since.
That's honestly that's really sweet, honestly. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Um okay, explains then I that also would cover the design and theming question though. Um
Yeah.
so okay, then what is your biggest inspiration in for how you stream?
Biggest inspiration. Like who is or what is like my goal or what
Um,
do you mean specifically?
it's like how inspires you in terms of like how you approach, um, like how you approach of like making your streams, like maybe how you, I guess maybe so like for me, one of like the early things is that kind of inspired me in terms of like first when I was getting streaming in terms of like how to think about and how to like make the actual like chatting along and how I would do like streaming was are you feel familiar with this with the show Mystery Science Theater 3000?
Yes.
Okay. So like that kind of like inspired of, here is media and then like providing the commentary over it, with like humorous bits and stuff like that. That's kind of inspired me in terms of like to how to approach it. Um so so like how so that's how I would answer that question if that makes sense.
Okay. Uh, I just wanted to, well, I don't know. I just kind of like hopped into it thinking,
Mm,
I could probably do it. But inspiration specifically, I don't know. I just wanted to be out there and authentically me.
mm,
So it's not like I wanted to specifically copy anybody. In fact, I wanted to do the complete opposite. I didn't want to be anybody else. I just wanted to be me
mm.
and see if people vibed with that, which lo and behold, quite a few people have ended up vibing with it.
Oh yeah. Um okay. And then so let's see. And I know because you mentioned you kind of started and stopped. So, but so how long? So how long did you like? When did you start streaming that first time? And then like about how long did that go? And then you said you picked up back in like 2020.
Yeah. My very first stream ever was in September of 2015.
Mm-hmm.
I played Limbo with no mic, no camera, on my PlayStation, on a PS4, just
Mm,
directly from there. Uh, got very, very discouraged immediately afterwards because first stream, no one knew I was going to stream. No one's really looking for categories like Limbo to find or hang out with.
mm,
Algorithm's always been kind of rough for anybody starting off.
yeah.
So just got discouraged with that. So let it sit for a while. Tried again later, I want to say. Did a couple more streams of like Call of Duty Black Ops 3 because that was the big thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I found out the internet was kind of bad. So I was like, I'll wait until I can get better internet,
Mm-hmm.
which forced me to move. But I waited out.
Mm-hmm.
And then just really spotty streams here and there
Mm-hmm.
uh, between 2017 and 2020. Yeah, 17, 2018. And then I fell off the face of the earth for a couple of years. I went no contact with a lot of people online.
Mm.
And I decided in 2020 to pick it back up, and I've been going along since.
Okay. Um. And so what have you enjoyed most about streaming?
Being able to hang out with good people,
Mm,
whether they're in the chat, whether they're in a Discord call, or even completely off stream, just
mm,
being able to find good people and hang out with them.
mm. Um. What is something you stream that has like what that has had the most psychological and or emotional impact on you?
One, uh, That one's a toughie because a lot of the people that know me know that I don't get, I'm not incredibly emotional.
Mm-hmm.
So I can look at the psychological aspect.
Hmm. Yeah, and that's fine.
Uh, Geez, I don't know. I'm one of the weird guys where it's like very even keeled. So I'm not. It's not often I'm affected by something.
Hmm.
I'm even trying to like remember all the games I've played, and if there's any that are like not necessarily like affecting me poorly.
Yeah, it could be like either or. So like, even if it doesn't like, feel like emotionally at the time, maybe something that like it stuck with you like really for a while, like in term, that like that would be, that would be like a good answer too. I kind of keep it a little bit vague as far as like the impact thing.
Hmm.
So, just something. So if maybe just something that impacted you, even just like in terms of like, you know, I keep thinking about like this game or whatever, the story like interested me in so much, or just even just in terms of, mental real estate that it keeps on like taking up,
Hmm. Okay,
that's
well,
something
if
that really
that's the
stuck with
case,
you.
I got 3 games.
Okay.
Uh, Two of them shouldn't surprise anybody, but the last one would. Uh, Visage,
Mm-hmm.
which is like a first-person, very, very psychological, spooky horror game.
Hmm.
Madison, kind of the same vein, but it deals with like a lot more puzzles, and it's kind of in the
Hmm.
same pocket. Both of those games kind of stuck with me,
Mm-hmm.
for better or for worse. And the last one, and probably made the most impact on me, was Power Wash Simulator, which might be very, very weird to hear.
Okay.
But that game started my transition from purely horror games, Dead by Daylight, like very specific genre based games,
Mm-hmm.
and opened up my world to being multi genre.
Hmm.
So even though Power Wash Simulator is like a very different game, or you wouldn't think that would
Hmm.
affect, that was just like opening the door to even more things I could do.
Hmm.
So that game's always going to stick with me.
Yeah. There's a couple games you might want to look because they both have horror elements like of different kinds, but like they're both in like that kind of, you're just like doing completing objectives and tasks which are very like kind of day to day, like not, normally like very kind of mundane stuff,
Hmm.
like just kind of like job tasks or whatever. But, while there's all this other stuff going on, um one is called, they are both um have anthropomorphic characters. One's stylistic, and then the other's kind of more, it feeds into that. But one's called The Last Gas Station, um, which you're running this gas station in this area that's kind of inspired by like kind of gives like Gravity Falls or Twin Peaks kind of location as far as
Okay.
located. And then I'll just go link you.
Oh, perfect.
It's kind of short, but I had
Oh, I love
fun.
me my short games.
But I had a lot of fun with it. Um, and they're still releasing content for it throughout this year, apparently. So like they just added a fishing update even. Um, and then one's called Grimshire. Um, which is it's in early access. But it's a it's you play as you make your own kind of character, kind of like Stardew Valley, but of like this
Mhm.
different, you can pick species or whatever. Um, and then like you wake up in this town because like you are rescued by like your hometown, which was like the capital of this like kingdom or state or whatever. Um, that like you don't know what happened or whatever, because you just like apparently got like knocked out or wounded like too early to really know what happened. You were rescued by this traveling boat captain. So he got you and one other person on like to took him back to this hometown of Grimshire. And so you're given a farm while you're staying there to just like try to, since you're homeless now. So they give you a farm, you can run it while you're, getting back on your feet. But of course, you find out. So what happened is there's some sort of like plague,
Mhm.
which seems to be like inspired somewhat by like rabies, because of how everyone like acts when they find out, as far as like people, they're attacking and going wild, but they're also afraid of water. So like a play on
Mm.
rabies. So
Okay.
that's going on. So like the town is isolated. Um, so you actually become like the main source of like food.
Oh.
And so it's a lot of more like survival. And of course, even later, there's like, because like there's army people coming from the government of like, hey, we need rations. So you're having to provide food for that, as well as stuff, and it builds up. And so you have to provide like food for like everyone in town. And because it's got different animal species, it's also, you have to provide food for both herbivores and carnivores. So, you
I can
know,
see that being difficult
yeah. So
in an
how that,
animal-based society.
yeah. There's like, there are like your non-sentient sources of protein that you can provide for like the carnivores or whatever. So, but obviously it becomes like, I'm interested to see what the stuff they add, and but there's obviously a lot of potential in that. So
Hmm.
that could be an idea of like something that it's survival horror kind of, although more in like psychological or whatever, since it's mainly, you know, Stardew. But if you suck at farming, um all the villagers start dying off.
Oh no.
So uh
Keep everyone alive.
yeah.
Got it.
And some of the residents might start eating some of the other residents, so if they don't get the right type of food. So
Oh, that's
um
just normal city stuff.
yeah. So like I said, that one's in early access, but stuff that I feel like maybe you might, I don't know, it depends on how you are on like farming stuff. But
Mhm. I'll definitely give it a gander.
yeah, obviously, like, yeah, the last gas station is more of, you could probably, there are apparently different endings, but like a playthrough would maybe run about like 12 hours. So
That's not too terribly long.
yeah. So if you wanted to, but that would be a neat game. I know they're adding like in the at the end of the year, they're actually going to be doing like a DLC of, sounds like an expansion, like of another scenario type of stuff to go on. So, but I really enjoyed it, and it was kind of just neat stuff. And running a gas station doesn't show up in a whole lot of games. So,
Right.
and I vibe with the weird Pacific Northwest kind of vibe, that Twin Peaks or Gravity Falls things. I like that kind of stuff. So,
Yeah, I'll definitely have to give those two a look.
okay, wait, uh, so what has been one of the most memorable moments streaming?
It didn't happen live,
Hmm.
but getting to meet uh, some streamer friends for the first time, like in person.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
2023, I
Hmm.
went to TwitchCon, flew over,
Hmm.
and I got to meet some really cool friends. Some of them in the stream team that I'm part of,
Hmm.
and others that were just like uh, just friends of friends, and I just got to hang out with them for a few days, and that that was probably the most memorable thing, just from streaming. So it didn't
Hmm.
happen live, but the fact that I got to meet some really cool people
Hmm.
and that they were willing to let me into their homes.
Oh, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I'm happy I'm glad you were able to have that experience.
Yeah.
Okay, what was your favorite collaborative event that you've taken part of?
Oh, Lordy Lou. I I don't use this word often, but I get overstimmed pretty quick with
Mm-hmm.
large groups.
Mm-hmm.
So my best answer would be like anything that's like one on one,
Hmm.
where I just really, really vibe with a person.
Hmm.
I don't have like a specific person. Like I hang out with my friend Zhang quite often,
Mm-hmm.
and he's fantastic. I appreciate every time he's on. And then like my one on ones with like Zombie Pandemic
Hmm.
are always a good vibe.
Hmm.
It's just when it's a little bit, I hate saying this, but intimate, where
Hmm.
it's just like one on one. I
Right.
vibe with that so well. So any collab where it's like, hey, we got 16 people, it's like,
Hmm.
yay, cool. I'm not going to be able to hear my own thoughts.
Yeah.
But if it's like one on one, if there's a group of two, a max of like four,
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah. Which I that if it's kind of like when if you're like doing a like getting groups together like for a TTRPG, some tabletop
Hmm.
game where it's like 4 or 5 is kind of like the golden number, like 6 at max, and then yeah.
Because I'm definitely one of those people where it's like I am very comfortable being silent.
Hmm.
I don't need to say a single thing, and I'm willing to just hang out and chill. But that doesn't
Hmm.
really work in streams.
Right.
So I will either be uncomfortable with a large group, be alone, which I'm also very comfortable with,
Hmm.
or just like 1 to 2 good friends.
Hmm.
And so when it comes to collabs, 1 to 2 good friends, I'm having a chill time. I'm having a great time.
Hmm. Uh. Okay. Uh. So what short term and then long term streaming goals do you have currently?
Short term is to find a good balance between work life and streaming because I have been very, very bad on the streaming part. I'm not doing great on the work part
Hmm.
either, but like finding the time and dedicating it to both has been kind of difficult these past few months.
Hmm.
But I would love to get that on track and sooner rather than later.
Hmm.
Long term, I'd just like to keep on doing what I'm doing,
Hmm.
like being able to rally up folks, be able to hang out, whether it's in my streams or in other people's streams. I'm, I just want to hang out with some really cool and chill people.
Hmm.
Like I can't really shoot for partner anymore. So I have to find like an arbitrary one or
Oh,
arbitrary goal.
yeah.
Like I could say, yeah, I want 1 million followers. You should go follow me on Twitch. And it's like, yeah, the people that want to hang out, they'll follow. They'll be chill.
It could be like, I want my own gamer subs cup. It's like,
I could do that, but I don't have any merch as is. Like that's never been like a driving force for me. It's like I want to be on your shirt. So I just want to keep on going, be a pleasant person around the folks that I want to be around, which are the folks that want to be around me.
you so you don't want like your own flavor, like called like spooky catnip or something.
No, not particularly. I'm probably in the minor group of I don't want to be famous. I just ended up here. Like by no means, I'm not famous or anything. I'm
Right.
like semi decently known. I'll
Mm.
say there's people that see my name and go, "Oh my gosh, Kevin," but I'm not looking for like fame or notoriety. Really, I'm just here to vibe and have a good time, and that's all I want for everyone else too.
Hale says we want Kev merch. We riot for it.
Fine, I'll get you your stupid merch
Ha-
one
Hale
day.
is Hale is like, where's the booba mouse pad?
No, you're getting a butt mouse pad. There's going to be an X on it. Or better yet, I could do a chubby cheek mouse pad. Oh, now I'm thinking about it. No.
I've always thought of like if you do like a mouse pad where it's like, so like if it were me, where like I'm like sprawled out, face down, and then like I'm being there's like the wrist bump, is that's where
Mhm.
I would be, and then it's like you're like crushing me by like just with your arm, and then it's like on that. It's like do that.
Totally could do that.
It's not the most creative shape or whatever, and it doesn't have like the double, you know, round
The two
shape
bumps.
or whatever. But what was that about not being a femboy the other day? Well, no, it's specifically. I mean, being like Crush would be more like funny, like cute, not because then you'd just be like, ah,
Like I've thought, I don't know what they're called, but those like full body pillows.
yeah.
I've thought about just having a very small cat curled up on one corner of it. And that's like the whole pillow.
Or like you could have it like where it's just like the cat, but it's like super long.
Oh,
Yes.
long cat. Yes. I'm going to send you an emote. Actually, I can post it in chat. Hold on. You see it? Something stupid like this.
Yeah.
Just a long cat.
Yeah. Also, I feel that would be like, so that would feel like safer for people be like, I have a body pillow and it's just like, oh, it's just this weird cat thing. Okay. Far less of it requires less of an explanation, if someone sees it than other times.
I am the safe bet because I don't really delve into like the typical style
Yeah.
without getting too deep into it. I don't really delve into it. So
Yeah.
just like long cat or just a cat curled up in the corner, I think that'd be amazing.
I'm just imagining a long Furby, but like,
I would love that. I love cursed.
oh, see,
If you
there's
couldn't
your,
tell from my Discord image,
see, there's your goal now. It's,
I want to be a long Furby.
uh,
That's it. I'm commissioning somebody. I know exactly what I want.
oh crap, did I let an ad? an ad snuck
Oh,
up
did
on
we
me.
talk through it? Oh,
Well,
is it over?
maybe it's not showing for some people, but we're just okay. We're just gonna wait. We're not gonna answer any questions. We're just gonna gonna be here awkwardly for like a minute, apparently.
I'm gonna stare into your souls.
Okay, we got 45 seconds. I thought I was like doing good job snoozing, but like I'm cackling. But yeah, I will say uh uh you know that I do appreciate you doing this, and of course if I'd be happy to if you would ever, if I would be more than happy to return the favor of, if you ever want me for like something on to come on your stream, I'd be more than happy to join in. So
Oh, hell
just
yeah.
let me know.
I, for sure. And man, I've been here for 4 hours and I haven't done this yet, so I
There's a
apologize, but
dragon in
I
my
am.
wagon, and I don't mean to
I could have
be
sworn I was
bragging, but
following
the
you,
best tail
and
wagon's
then I hopped into
dragging
your
in the
stream and I
wagon you
realized,
could
oh,
meet.
No, it's one of those things where it's like a lot of people, you're like, wait a minute, didn't I follow this person? And then like you totally forget. It's
I'm
that
pretty
happens a
sure
lot.
I did, but I have been the victim of a Twitch unfollowing
Hmm.
many times. It hasn't even happened just once. It's been like 3 or 4.
Oh,
So I
that
wonder if you got
sucks.
caught up in that.
It's possible, but thank you for the follow. I appreciate that.
Yee.
Um, there are some free emotes that you get with that, so congratulations. Use those.
Yay.
Wait, is the Dora one of the free emotes? I'm not sure. I forget what I have listed as free.
Happy Tea, LOL, Heart, Engie, and Cool.
Oh, okay. Kevin triggers many things, mostly Twitter.
Yeah. I like
Um,
having conversations sometimes. Most people don't want to have a conversation, they just want to yell.
yeah, unfortunately. I just noticed I have a I have a Beavis. I have a Beavis stream avatar option. Hold on.
Yeah, you do. Look at me.
Yeah, I didn't. Okay, I do. Okay, I didn't know. There's a lot of
That is
them.
100% me.
I just don't recall. Okay, that's funny. Um,
Well, I don't know if I should change that now.
we had a decent convo earlier today on stream. Ooh.
Yeah. We talked about copyright stuff.
Oh yeah, that okay.
Yeah. Like,
Well,
I'm willing to talk information.
hmm,
I'm not super big on talking smack.
yeah. Yeah, and that's a good attitude. Oh my gosh, attitude to have. There we go.
Yeah.
Also, welcome in Fluffy Paws.
Hi, Fluffy.
Um.
Long time no see.
Also, okay. Though, if you could collab with one famous streamer, and I don't know whatever famous means to you, I will say. So um, who would you pick?
I don't think I'd get along with most of them.
Hmm.
Like, it would be really, really cool to, like, if Markiplier still did streams, I'd be down to do that. I'd, I think he might do some charity stuff,
Yeah.
but he doesn't do much else
Mhm.
anymore. So I suppose I would say Markiplier, but yeah, I also have the sense of, well, there's a lot of like famous streamers that it feels like they come off very ego heavy.
Yeah.
And I don't think I'd be able to vibe very well. Like, there's some very sweet people out there.
Mm.
I don't have a name to them yet. I like
But
to stick in my small circles.
yeah, that's understandable.
But if I had to absolutely choose one, I'd say Markiplier
Mm.
because I know he's super down to earth and he's a good person.
Yeah. Yeah, he just kind of does his thing.
Yep.
It's like, I have money now. What am I gonna do with it? I'm gonna make a movie based off of like an indie game I really like,
Yeah.
which is pretty. That's pretty cool.
That is
Just in
really
general.
cool.
Okay. What advice would you give to people considering streaming or VTubing?
Don't, I mean,
Fair, you know what?
uh, don't expect to pop off immediately.
Hmm.
Do what you're most comfortable with and don't try to be somebody else.
Hmm.
If you're able to play a character and you want to play a character, go for it. However, if you're only playing a character to try to further yourself, just be yourself.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's good advice. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's definitely like playing a character. It's like there's a big difference between like playing a character because you have like genuine fun or whatever with it, as
Yeah,
opposed to because if you do that where it's fun, then it's that's sustainable,
absolutely. But
folks.
if you want to be the anime girl,
Yeah.
or if you want to be that buff macho man on stream, whether it's VTubing or it's like cam streaming, or even if you are just a voice,
Mm-hmm.
you're a no cam streamer. Best thing to go about it is be yourself,
Mm.
unless you're having a lot of fun being something else.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I appreciate that. And see, I don't see. Okay, were there any questions in chat that we missed? I want to make sure. I don't think there were any.
Not
Yeah.
really.
Yeah, I think
Some
we're
people
good.
were asking for birthday, but I'm not giving that out.
So,
That's personal information. I was never born. I'm just appeared.
all right. So, but thank you. This has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, I had a
Thank you
blast.
for joining with us. Do you have anything upcoming that you would like to let the people know about that you have that you let them know?
No, I don't have anything like spectacular happening. Mostly because I'm still dealing with that work and stream schedule
Hmm.
stuff. But yeah, I don't got anything special. I'm just here and I look forward to streaming and hanging out more. I do want to start making more videos.
Hmm.
I am actively looking into purchasing DaVinci.
Hmm.
Like I know there's a free one, but I want the full studio
Yeah.
version.
Oh yeah. The full kit and caboodle.
Oh yeah, I want access to all the fun stuff.
So yeah,
But yeah,
but yeah, thanks. So this has been episode 37 of Spilling the Tea, with our lovely guest Spooky Cat Kevin. It's been a pleasure, and so I hope y'all we will see y'all next episode. Bye bye.
Bye bye.